Hello, I live again, or at least I believe I do. Sometimes it is hard to tell, but I suppose these kinds of divination-based statements and notions come with the territory. Hardly has this been a surprise, this or any of the occasions in which I have felt compelled to make a statement like that, but anyway. As I suppose the long and short of it is that yes, I'm here. I don't really feel particularly compelled to stretch that out any further at this time. Any more than I do feel compelled to mess around with the stuff that I have open in certain other mediums, which I'll probably segue into in just a moment. But yes, that is certainly the case. And something else that is also apparently the case is apparently it's one of those bizarre moments, times when the thing that's supposed to be posting these notices by itself doesn't seem to be particularly able to do so for some reason. Oh well. It means that I should undo something that I've tried to do. I'm gonna change one very particular setting in the thing and see if that helps with that, even though I can't imagine why that would make any kind of a difference when it comes to this thing, deciding to be able to post this thing or not, but I suppose I'll go with this anyway. Yeah, sure, go ahead, do that. They are enabled and they should have worked, but for some reason sometimes they just don't want to, so I just have to do it manually, which is, I suppose it has been done manually now. And now I will do the same thing in a slightly different medium too, as I look over whatever this strike is, daily life. But I gotta be honest with you, as much as I do ostensibly like the Trauma Team OST, and do honestly, sincerely, not really any need to kind of backpedal on that in any kind of weird way, or try and be coy about it. I don't think. I do like it, but there's a lot of there are a lot of tracks where I basically have no idea. I can't think of any particular context that they would actually play in and that I would be able to actually be specific about. Like for example this one, I can't imagine that I would be able to produce any very specific context beside I don't know, just placing some cutscenes or maybe some like pre-operation stuff, or maybe some like in some of the modes that don't actually have to, well, the only two modes in the game that don't have to do with actually doing operations, which would be diagnostics and forensics. I feel like this probably wouldn't be a diagnostics song though. It's probably a bit more likely to be like something from forensics, or just something that's like some generic what's it called, well, I'm not gonna be using this scene at this point, I guess. I'll be using this one, but yeah. Either something from forensics, or just some generic cutscene BGM. Wonder if I could, do one of those things that I've kind of thought of doing, like for example with Star Fox Adventures, which is to do an entire replay of that game just so I can try and figure out the precise contextual notes for like each of the tracks in that game. As for that game, it feels like it would be worthwhile, but well, unlike Star Fox Adventures, it's not like Trauma Team is getting put up for the chase anytime soon, I don't think, unfortunately. So suppose it wouldn't make as much sense to do it for that game, but maybe someday. But I believe I found the magical secret words that I was destined to use as the bizarre incantation that I wanted to produce for this space, so I will do precisely that now. And now I can try to figure out what else I'm gonna be doing. Such as, for example, oh, I don't know, maybe some VG, I'm guessing. Go ahead and do that for a little bit, let me see. Something that I do typically find myself at least a little interested by and sometimes surprised by. God, this is apparently the Reckless Casual track from Curse of Darkness. It should probably say something that not only did I not recognize how it was straight away, but rather, I mean, I recognized the game, that it was straight away, you know, out of the 3 games I can play in this playlist currently. Pretty much couldn't have been anything else but Curse of Darkness, but not only did I not recognize which particular track this was, but I thought that it was gonna be like not an actual track, just kind of like a generic fanfare based on that beginning. But anyway, speaking of not really being that familiar with certain tracks from this game, because I feel like, even though this is one of my favorite Castlevania soundtracks in more than a few instances, it also has stuff like this, but okay, that thing did disappear. But for now, what I am going to be doing is briefly bringing back, oh goodness, Walk in the Woods from Halo 1, which was like the 6th extra track. That came at the end of the Guessing on the Chase VGM playlist when I did this yesterday. It was yesterday, right? Yes, I know how to keep track of things. That is definitely something that I am able to do, or at least that's what I tell myself. But right now, I'll just use this, I guess, as the buffer for whatever's after this. So after this, 5 random tracks will play. Each one will play for about a minute, and they are all entirely guessable. So let me make sure that I've got everything set up here properly, and just go ahead with whatever's after this one. I had one particular candidate that I like pretty much immediately popped into my head for when at the beginning of whatever this is, but I'm not too sure about that anymore. I think it would probably turn out to be something more along the lines of something else that I began to suspect only when I heard a few more seconds of this, and yeah, it just kind of has ended up bringing uncertainty into my guesses. I mean, also bear in mind this could be anything. It could be something that's already in the main Chase playlist, or it could be something that hasn't made it in yet but is in submissions or pledges. But at this time, okay, never mind. I feel like that particular, I don't know, kind of MIDI woodwind coming in at the end there makes me a bit more inclined to believe that this is going to turn out to be Age of Wonders or something, because what I had in mind, like, as soon as I began hearing this, it's been a minute by the way, I'm just gonna look, but the first thing that I thought about was something like Risk of Rain, but like a few seconds later I figured that's probably not it, and then maybe something from PopCap, but apparently the feeling that I got right before my own time limit ran out was the way to go, since apparently this is Age of Wonders. Something that I wouldn't have been able to tell you though is that this track in particular is called Perilous Quest. But yeah, can hard to pin down at least until that kind of MIDI synth woodwind kind of sound came on. And let me check the volume too, because this is like standard volume that I use for this. It seems kind of quiet for this track in particular, but I'm pretty sure that would just be a perk of this OST. It's kind of quiet compared to other things, such as what I'm pretty sure is about to, well, may or may not be, but probably will be exemplified with whatever's after this, which I have just switched to here. At least I think so. Okay, here we go. That is in fact sound that I'm hearing. It's not sound that I can put a name to right away though. It could be something, or it could be something else. What the something or the something else specifically would be at this point, I'm not entirely sure about. Just seems very, very subdued right now. For some reason, I guess might not be entirely unjustified. The only concrete things to come to mind when I hear this is stuff like, I don't know, PS2 era Final Fantasy like 10 or 10-2 or 12. But if it does turn out to be that it is one of those, then it's gonna be very coincidental that I said those names, as I do not recognize this melody at all, I don't think. But once again, it's been a minute, so let's just go ahead and take a look. This is not any of those things, but apparently it's, like I suppose, in very technical terms, the era is not very far off. This is apparently Okami, and a game that I thought that maybe I was going to end up playing this year, but didn't. I'll probably see if I can make a conscientious effort to do that next year. But apparently this particular track is called Agatha Forest, or at least I'm kind of forcing myself to assume that it would be pronounced Agatha, since it has no accentuation or punctuation whatsoever. This word. It could be Agatha for all I know. Or something different. Maybe it'll make more sense once I actually play the game, which at this point I guess I should probably actually assume will happen within the next 300 to 400 days. But yeah, for now. Let's see what the very beginning of this sounds like. Just kind of has a very, well, I guess it has a very distinctive sound. It actually doesn't take very long to get to once it concretely starts up, but I don't know. And I think it'll be having any kind of an easy time trying to identify that. Ooh, you know what this is. Even before it gives itself away with the, you know, with those 3 notes. I feel like I saw this opening too many times to actually forget it. Even before the point where some might argue it is necessary that it reaches to distinguish itself not just from other sounds from this console, but rather from other stuff like, I don't know, FF7. There's a couple of FF7 tracks that have a similar MIDI beginning. I feel like this one is distinctive enough. I don't necessarily have to get to that specific point several seconds in to tell it apart from those other things, but how long is this anyway? I mean, I know exactly what this is, so I'll look ahead of time. And probably it's a good thing that I did, since this is barely longer than 1 minute. Now it's been a minute. But yeah, shocking precisely nobody, I guess just immediately also move away from that house so I don't spoil myself on whatever comes right after that, which I also immediately recognize. That was the opening from Majora's Mask. Wonder how much of a surprise that is, given that that is also one of the very, very few games that I feel I know well enough that I feel comfortable doing randomizers for it. And then there's this, which I guess I will also look ahead. Opening demo, by the way, is what that last, what the upload for that last track has the track labeled as. And then there's this, which you really ought to be able to identify even if you don't know the game that it's from immediately. Even though it's probably not very hard to figure out if you know, like, the repertoire of chase stuff that would use this kind of music. But even without that, he thinks that most people should be able to be at least expectable to put a name to this song. Even if this upload doesn't necessarily do that itself. But yeah, it's been a minute. It's been, okay. Just checking to make sure where we are, and this would be the penultimate one, but this is the Song of the Volga Boatman. Even though in the context of the chase, it would be, well, this is from Civilization 4, this rendition, and it would be the theme for apparently Peter the Great, and I think there would be at least one other Russian leader character that this would be paired with, but I don't know. I would not be the person to ask about that, I don't think. As I mentioned, this would be the penultimate track in this random lineup, so whatever comes after this one will be the final one, and then maybe I'll be able to... Oh gee, I wonder what this could be. I'm going to assume that it's probably a marginally better idea for me to just keep talking over this track, even though there's not necessarily that much to say as far as I'm concerned, simply because of the certain zealousness, or zeal, I guess. You don't have to say zealousness as much as you have to say zeal when you're trying to say the words that I was trying to bring to mind right there. About the certain detection robots that may or may not be subordinated to the company that would be responsible for creating these types of tracks. And I say that even though I have a Nier Automata track on like one of my YouTube channels that I've used pretty much almost exclusively for uploading VGM over the course of the past couple of years, I want to say. And that has not been hit with anything, even though I had a different track that was not even from Nier Automata itself, but from FF14. It was a remix of a Nier Automata track that was taken down like with no warning. But yeah, it's been well over a minute, so I can just stop beating around the bush here and just say it's obviously the decisive battle from FF6. I think obviously, even though that might be considered a bit overzealous on my part, assuming that this would be something that people should be expected to know, but honestly, for this particular instance, I feel like it's at least somewhat justified. And I say this even with, complete and utter awareness of the fact that if this were something like, I don't know, something from Sonic Adventure or something from Fire Emblem Awakening or something from Persona 4 or one of those other popular series that I've never really bothered to try and learn too well myself, I would say the exact opposite, but anyway. Yeah, speaking of that, here's Xenoblade 1, The End Lies Ahead, as like the little bonus track that has happened to come up at the end of that random sequence of tracks. Of guessing stuff. I vaguely remember that out of all the Xenoblade 1 tracks that are in the chase, I think just this one confused me for a while. I don't know, it didn't really stand out in my head as much as some of the other ones. The one that, well, one other one from Xenoblade 1 that I do remember also kind of fucking me up a bit was Shulkin Fiora, simply because I guess that's one of the tracks that I would classify as a cutscene track, and that's a little bit weird to say when we talk about Xenoblade 1 specifically, because I'm pretty sure that Engage the Enemy would also be classified as a cutscene track, and yet that one just feels a lot more memorable than the other one. And yet, yeah, even though I definitely, like, it's very easy to put context or figure out what the specific context for this track is once you realize what it is. I still couldn't quite manage to remember that too easily the first time I heard this in the chase, or maybe first couple of times, don't quite remember, but anyway. I'll go ahead and fade this out one more time as I very quickly bring back whatever was here. It's Dracula's Castle from Curse of Darkness. And then proceed to move on to the game, I believe. I would imagine, I would hope. Let me see if I was able to keep all of my metadata stuff as I move back and forth between these Twitch tabs. Many Twitch tabs, which I have to keep on finagling with. Because as it happens, Twitch tabs apparently are very, very prone to just crashing. Crashing and leaving you with no information whatsoever. It's not a great time. But hopefully that will stop happening now that I don't really have to like keep on opening or closing any new ones. Seems like pretty much everything I need is in place anyway. I'm not dying at the moment. Hopefully it stays that way. Right now though I will try to play video games. That seems like a pretty appealing course of action. Definitely seems doable. Probably gonna have to mess with the volume settings again because this game, in my experience, seems to be pretty quiet compared to other stuff. You know, maybe I should replay Curse of Darkness sometime soon. I feel like it's definitely been a while since I did that, and it feels like it's definitely a game that would be worth coming back to in in just playing through the full thing capacity, I guess. I don't know, but I would actually make the time to do that though, considering all the other crap that I've been trying to deal with, quote unquote, trying to get through as far as playing stuff in my off time. I don't know, it feels a little bit odd to fade this track out at this particular build-up moment. And I say moment even though this apparently does go on for a bit. Ironically, I do feel like I haven't really implied it strongly enough already. But even though this is a tracker for the final area that you have to do to complete the plot of this game, it doesn't feel quite as memorable as a lot of the other area BGM tracks. Like friggin' Lodged Mountains, Abandoned Castle, which is literally the first area. The first area of BGM feels like honestly one of the best songs in that game. And other stuff like Forest of Jagramund, Animus Machine Tower, and fucking Cordova Town and Morphe Aqueduct, those are all really good, but this one really doesn't feel like it stands out nearly, to me at least, nearly as much as those two. I'm gonna help this fade out along artificially by just finishing it by myself. There we go. And now we can try to figure out how quiet or loud this game is gonna be. I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit. Something else that I guess I need to keep track of on my end too is that using a new pair of headphones. That's pretty much just a replacement for an old pair of headphones that finally went bust just a little while back. But apparently one of the things that these are prone to doing, oh yeah, something I forgot to do is to actually connect this thing. There we go. But yeah, one of the weird things is that these headphones basically have like an actual dial for volume boost or loss or whatever you want to call it, D-boost. I don't know if you would call it a D-boost or something when you turn it down on the actual headphone hardware, but basically has a switch, sliding switch for that on one of the speakers, and apparently it's kind of prone to just kind of sliding back into the middle for some reason, even though I usually try to have it cranked all the way up as the bass. So I just have to periodically make sure that it's still in that position. But yeah, this is gonna be a little bit quieter than most of the other things that I have on here, so let me crank up the stream gain for stereo mix and all that stuff. Oh dear. And also, oh, I can't see my button here. I guess that makes sense. I'm also trying to remind myself as to what I was doing. I think we were looking for some kind of some kind of thing that the other villain dude was hiding. Dude who set the bombs and who was apparently responsible for the thing that happened here. Also, I think I finally realized too exactly why I couldn't find like any more copies of the books that I thought I was going to be able to find. I was going to be able to find to boost the durability of the mini chainsaw even further. Apparently you can't get multiple copies of the same book, but you can get different books that all affect the same items, so that's what I've been missing time. Hey Sansa, long time no see. Welcome in. And birthday beat from Byrne. Hey Byrne, happy birthday. Which, if I'm not mistaken, is today. Being, well, not mistaken, based on a little something that I noticed on Discord earlier, also just you coming in right now, but yeah, happy birthday. Hope you've been having a good old day. But yeah, hello, hello. I hope that this very calendar, which I don't think is even a word in English, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. Very, I don't know, cozy vibe that I'm feeling right now is going very well with this zombie clone business. Why do I, oh, I already have one of those things in here. Isabella's over there. I think I'm gonna have to hear from her for just a little bit, because I'm pretty sure that the other books that I apparently need if I want to boost the durability of this thing to ludicrous levels. I'm gonna have to get rid of some extra weapons too, or extra stuff. I have a second copy of the chainsaw, I guess. I can literally just get rid of this one and pick up a couple more of these books. Because one of them, I think they should both be here. There's one called Entertainment, yeah, and apparently, yeah, you can see because of a second icon has shown up in the chainsaw. That boosts that as well. I guess I'm gonna put this down too, and the other one is, I think, Engineering, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be on the store as well. Engineering, it's literally right here, and now it's triple booked. Yeah, this thing is probably gonna last for quite a good while. I can actually go and acknowledge Isabella's existence, methinks. We're supposed to be following her right now, even though she's just kind of taking her time trying to shoot things. Well, just fight with this or something that's right next to her, but I shall try to clear away the other ones that are in the vicinity. I'm not totally sure exactly where supposed to be going right now. Yes, she's headed over here. I can't really talk to her right now, it seems, to get any kind of clarification. But we are still very much on the clock, even though there's less than a third of the time that was allotted at the start of the game. If any of the zombies like used to all bunch up around the wall over here in the past, it's kind of obnoxious that they're doing it now, but at least we have the hardware to deal with it. I'm pretty sure that if we keep these kind of inventory, we're probably not going to be wanting for much. I feel like the most damage that he has taken during this entire outing so far has been from that one time that I accidentally nicked her with a chainsaw. We're going to North Plaza. I don't really see where else we would be going based on the fact that she's going this way. I'm actually getting hit here, am I? That would be rising. Oh jeez. And she's go. I'm sure there will be no zombies whatsoever or anything to worry about on the other side of this storm. Yeah, it does seem like it's a little bit more obnoxious to deal with as far as just the sheer density of zombies around here, but we do have an extra E. Let's try to pop the E. At least get rid of this guy. Where did she go? Did she already go ahead? She did. Definitely took full advantage of that. Right, where are we going? Which direction are we moving in? Are we taking this passageway? Fine hunting shack. I feel like this hallway in particular is a bit reminiscent of Dawn of the Dead. Always like movements area where you can focus on that little hide out. At least back when there were still zombies inside of them. Well, like I guess the middle part of the movie, between when they actually got rid of the zombies and when the biker gang shows up. Right, I guess we got to where we were trying to.
Here it is. Let's go.
here in this place. She doesn't seem to be anywhere that I can see right now, but I guess we'll just take a look around. See, this seems like a place that should have been, like that was designed on purpose by the mall people. I guess people who built the mall are people who, like the original mall administration, should have known about. So it seems kind of surprising that apparently nobody else who's here right now knew about this except him and her. Or at least thought to look here. Maybe they did and they just figured there's maybe a number of places like this and they didn't want to look in all of them.
It's password protected.
Oh no.
I'll try words we both might know. Family stuff. Things like that.
What could that be?
What's this cable?
It looks like part of a jamming device. I won't be able to disable it unless I log in.
I have several questions, but okay. You'll get Mr. Voice. Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me? I found something interesting on a security feed from inside a store. Could you come back here? I need you to check it out.
All right, I'm headed back now.
I'd like to imagine I've tried to keep that in good shape at least. Try to make myself remain at least somewhat intelligible. Oh, wait, where are we going now? We talked to her, by the way. I guess she's gonna stay here. Didn't trust anyone, not even me. Only filled me in on part of the plan and never told me the password. Well, I guess he's just gonna try to brute force the password while we go and check out whatever this other thing is. And oops, can never remember exactly what different different directions on the D-pad do. Remember that it's left to look at the watch and select these things. Down puts down the weapon, or whatever you're carrying, not necessarily a weapon. And up puts it away, like holsters it into your inventory. And I don't know what that does. I guess we can try to find out. Doesn't seem to do anything, actually. I feel like we're supposed to have another actual designated function, but I don't know what that is right now. Not sure exactly where we're going right now, but I guess we have to go back out to the plaza area. Or the park area, rather. Plaza area. I should probably just try to figure out where the actual next marker is in the... They say that it was just back at the base. I think it might have just been back at the base. There is one thing that I should probably try to look into and get back there. Which, unless I am very much mistaken. So I am very much mistaken. Well, I mean, the whole thing with the cult is showing up. Happened right next to the movie theater. So maybe we should take a look over there and see if we can't find anything more interesting. I don't think I hear the convicts' music anymore, so maybe they just went away here. I'm pretty sure that I never actually killed him again after I killed him on the first day or night. Oh boy, what do we have? That Simone girl said she has a favor to ask. Oh boy, what could it be? Bring her handgun. What she plans to do with it? Oh well. I mean, what are we for? Except, please, we do have one free space in the inventory, so... And possibly seen as being something that you would want to do, though. I'm sure that we should be able to do that very easily just by popping a few fellas in this area. Actually, this guy's handle, I think. Well, not this guy. Not the guy that's standing right in front of me. I'm assigned here too. I guess I might as well try to... I'll only take a detour to the movie theater, which I guess I will actually do first. Let's see what's in this direction. It might be something worth investigating. Could be Ratman, could be Mega Man 2 in College Movie Land. I am kind of curious as to whether any of the mole music, like any of the tracks from this game that are actually labeled mole music, could ever be eligible for the chase. We can save in these bathrooms, right? I think. Yeah, do that real quick. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. To whatever slot we were using before. And see if there's anything in here. Alright, I guess the answer is apparently not really. Other than it's more zombies. Well, you know, there's several movie rooms. There's the opportunity to lose a few more health units to cheap shots, but... well, wouldn't you know, there aren't enough things playing right now. There does seem to be a bit of a bug going around, if it makes sense. Well, there's a bunch of these movie holes, but I don't think I'm gonna check each one. Just kinda wanted to see if there was gonna be anything that we could find out, like, after coming in here, and apparently the answer is not really, so... we can watch Dory or Mega Man 2. I wonder what the Mega Man 2 movie would actually be like. I wonder if that would be anything like that one joke that was in a certain Discord. So. Or I think there was some kind of a rumor of a live-action Mega Man thing that may or may not be postulated for production in the near future, and then the only thing that led to people bringing up is that one Mega Man fan film live-action that's been on YouTube for I'm sure I did start watching once upon a time, but I ended up watching like 15 minutes of, but definitely left enough of an impression that that was the first thing that came to mind when hearing about stuff like that. Alright, I'm gonna have to clear out this group of fellas over here. I do wanna peel up at least a little bit. I think I wanna use the wine yet, but I will. Some pies. And I guess if I did manage to go back into the base area... oh, there's another bee. I don't think I have enough room for the bee though. The other stuff I have in the inventory right now. Flailing around wildly whenever there's something in front of me. My chainsaw does seem to... that sound like it continues to be the best option whenever that's what circumstances that we deal with. But yeah, if you manage to get into the safe zone and come right back out here and go back out there to like the food area on the second floor, out or the... maybe not the second floor, so I think that would be facetious and... in light of some technicalities as to what exactly encompasses the first floor versus the ground floor and all that stuff. I don't know how that suffers things, but if you manage to get back to the food area, just full stop without taking any more damage, then we should be able to top off. Top off? Top out? Is there really any difference between those two terms? I feel like it's fairly clear what I try to mean by that. To max out my health there. Now let's see what the people here have to say.
Take a look at this.
Oh boy.
The guy being dragged? I think it's Carlito.
Yeah, I don't think we saw anybody else with that kind of a jacket, so...
The basement of the North Plaza. Right in front of the butcher's shop.
Does that mean we're finally gonna get the maintenance keys, or do we have to go down into the tunnels with the cars again? Oh boy, it does seem like we only have 2 more of these events to complete before we can complete the case file. That's exciting. If you don't hurry, we could lose our last clue. Oh boy, so we're kind of in a hurry. We can't really afford to lose that much time, but at the same time, where is Simone? Since apparently... Who is Simone? These people we rescued. We apparently need to bring someone again, because they're too lazy to go and fetch it. Okay, here you are. Thanks for coming. Hey, look what I brought you. You need a gun for her anyway. You should already know the answer to that. I've been bitten. Oh, she was the one who bitten. I was treated and all, but there's no telling when I'll change. Are you sure about that? I mean, I feel like we're gonna, you know, fulfill this request regardless.
What are we doing here? Son of a
You
bitch.
shouldn't have.
Damn it.
Don't worry, I won't use it. Of course that won't actually. At least not anytime soon.
Thank you very
Not
much.
anytime soon, okay. Hope we did manage to fulfill that request, even though
Okay.
it seems like it didn't change all that much. It's not like zombies can use guns, based on what we've seen though, so you could just operate under the assumption that introducing another firearm into this environment is going to be invariably a good thing, at least if you operate under the further assumption that no one who can use a gun is going to go crazy like the people that we found out here in the mall. In the mall that we've actually had to fight as bosses. But yeah, I guess we do have to worry. Hurry. We don't have to worry, but we do have to hurry. I do like how that pronunciation did lead me to this one other somewhat related thing. You know, as tends to happen. I spam hard enough to try and keep myself safe here. Not entirely sure exactly where the game wants me to go right now. Oh, I can just pick up the pie though. And have 1 extra space in the inventory so I didn't have to drop anything to be able to hold the pie. I could also take a look at the map. Actually, access it from the start menu right now and not the select one that brings you straight into the map. I am not seeing anything yet. I mean, they'd say that apparently it's the basement below North Plaza. Yeah. It seems like the only way to get down there is gonna be by way of the tunnels, so I guess we will have to go back into the tunnels. Well, we're not gonna get the maintenance key yet. Or maybe I honestly have no idea when we get that, or if we're supposed to get that invisible event, or we just don't get it at all until very late into the game, or maybe it's not one of those weird things that may or may not be more exclusive. I've seen look at some gameplay footage from the beginning Wii version of this game, the one that I actually played, even though that was quite a long time ago, back when the Wii was a thing that games were still coming out for. Played that a long time ago, and we're actually reviewing some footage. It's actually plays pretty freaking different than this one. In quite a few different respects. Sadly more than I was trying to... once it came to mind when I actually started playing this game. This version of the game for the first time on the stream. I feel like I could start commenting on that, but I say so much. I suppose one thing that I saw mentioned when I was looking that up that I feel does encapsulate the most apparent differences, probably in the best possible ways, that it's more like a Resident Evil game, which, you know, like a post-RE4, I guess you could say, to be more precise, Resident Evil game. Which, you know, is pretty appropriate considering everything. I see a motorcycle. Do we actually want a motorcycle? I feel like we would rather get a car if we're going down to the tunnels, because I feel like as nice as the motorcycle could be, might not be quite as motorcycle as a car. Maybe running through these swamps or some of these surface. Which way are we going? Let's try to figure this out right away. Not this way, we actually have to turn around immediately and go the other way. We shouldn't try to avoid fighting the explosive attacks. Actually, to keep the car for any amount of time. So being stuck down here without a car, going to go from between any kind of considerable distance is actually kind of scary.
A customer.
That guy over there. I mean, that meat.
Oh, this is good meat, huh? I just got it in here. It's fresh. You just wait right there, sir. In a moment, you can try the best ground meat you've ever tasted.
Whoa, ground? Wait a minute, listen. I had something else in mind.
Zombies are no good. I can't serve my customers spoiled meat like that. I have a reputation to uphold. Trust me, I'm a butcher. I've got the best meat in town.
And yeah, even though, speaking of the Wii version, even though there is a good chunk of content that didn't make it to that version, I feel like this is one of the, I guess because it's part of the plot, one of the parts that does, oh shit, hold on. This is one of the parts of the game that did, it seems to be, okay, no, something is happening. One of the parts of the game that I do distinctly remember from that version. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Guess I will have to do a little bit more kiting with this guy. I thought I would. Oh dear. Where's the guy? Oh dear. Alright, surely we don't have to worry too much after this though. Like how the butcher gets every bit of music. Yeah, it does seem to be the vibe that it's quite a few of these psychopaths you have to kill in this though. It does feel pretty appropriate every time.
It's over.
What about Isabella?
She's on our side now. She's checking out your computer right now.
My purpose in life has been to get revenge for what you people did to Santa Cabeza, to my hometown. Why? Why was your meat so much more important to you than human life? Why? Why did my people have to die to feed your fat bellies?
That doesn't excuse what you've done. But I promise, the Santa Cabeza story will be told. But I need the password. Give me the computer's password!
Hey. Aren't zombies great? I mean, all they do is eat, and eat, and eat. Growing in number. Just like you good red, white, and blue Americans. It's not over. Not yet.
Speak! Speak, damn it! What do you mean it's not over?
I'm sorry, Isabella. Give this to my sister.
Hey. Shit!
Well, yeah, but what else can you do? And how else can you interpret the "it's not over"? And the next stage will occur at 10 p.m. I mean, what time is it now? It's not very far off, would it be?
Yeah!
No, it's 9. It's past 9, so I guess the next case occurring at 10 p.m. is just gonna be just an indication of people. Yeah, you should go and maybe you should grab the meat cleaver just as a souvenir. You seem to have another extra item slot, so try to make use of that. But for now, we probably ought to get out of here. But yeah, how else could you possibly interpret that "it's not over" statement without the only available via retroactive paratext context of this game having sequels? Also, which of these things can I drive? Because I don't think it, even though it's not very far, probably not a good idea to try to get out of here without getting another vehicle. There we go. Maybe the butcher shop is even fresh. Even though that's probably not something that would cross the minds of the people in the situation, that's probably still a valid question. And I guess if you wanted to answer that, you would have to try and figure out when exactly did the whole zombie breakout situation start relative to the present of that case being available. And was the butcher shop operating at normal capacity before then, or until then? And has the butcher shop continued to operate in a somewhat normal capacity during the nearly 3 days that we've been here, adding to whatever the initial breakout was, in which everything actually went to hell? What type of meat is in there exactly? What kind of animal that's stored there? Maybe with all of this information, actually, hold on a moment, we don't have to go all the way back to the Paradise Plaza. Just I'm guessing if we want to go and give the to Isabella. That will actually be the next objective here. At least it doesn't really seem like we're gonna have a lot more side objectives at this point. Just pretty much focusing on one thing. I can confirm this by looking at this. Hunting Shack Firearms. I'm guessing that we don't actually have to go to the firearms shop, but rather just to actually, hold on a moment. It's not a shot that we can see from here where we're standing right now, right? No. Yet it seems to be in the same kind of area that, like kind of tunnel area that we could find by going over to the place where we go up into this ceiling. Meet with Isabel again. Probably try another one of those beasts too. Oh shoot. Looks like my spamming didn't save me that time. And there's like a couple of beasts, so let me... Did I manage to grab one? Did I fail? Okay, there we go. Let me pop it right here so I can clear out this card and then I'll grab the other one. I'll try to. I believe fail grabbing the bee quite a few times. I'm guessing I'm also going to want to grab another bottle of wine from the actual cafeteria section. Okay. Even if it technically wasn't on there when I came here. Thanks for going to the firearm shop though. That seems like we have a tiny amount of time for... I could also grab a shotgun. Haven't actually wielded a shotgun myself, or have I, in this game? I mean, it seems fairly effective, but not as effective as just continuing to spam the chainsaw, so I guess I'll just... I've been trying every password I can think of, but I haven't had any luck so far. If only I had some kind of clue. Well, you're in luck. We're literally right next to the place you are. Give me some time and I'll see what I can do. What about Carter's Locket? That might be the clue we need, but yeah, we have it right now and we're about to bring it. And I probably would have been able to get into this area before I even received that call. But for my tiny little detour back there.
He's dead.
Oh.
Well,
All we worried about was you in the end.
I guess he was at least considerate enough to not make the computer wipe itself. He had enough wrong attempts at the password base and that she's
Died
presumably
without telling me a damn thing.
been doing that this whole time.
You know, I thought he was terrorist scum. But... in the end, all he really cared about was his sister. Jerk.
Also being very avoidant about the Locket business so far.
Here. He wanted you to have this.
Papa. Mama.
Interesting how she's pronouncing it that way, even though the subtitles are not at all accented.
Mama.
Did you figure it out?
Oh man.
Pachamama. Mother Earth. Our parents said that a lot. The place we lived, Santa Cabeza, was blessed with nature.
I now take care, I'll have missed you. Right, Sansa. You take care as well.
Believe me when I say my brother didn't want all this.
And yeah, it was nice to get to see you again.
In Santa Cabeza.
I'm not really sure exactly how much of the Spanish, Latin American stuff in this is supposed to be taken quote-unquote seriously, given that Santa Cabeza literally means Saint Head. I feel like that in and of itself is enough to raise an eyebrow. Well, there we go. All cases closed, but we still have the... yeah, let's go ahead and overwrite the save data. I guess this technically, theoretically means I didn't have to worry about time limit stuff until the helicopter comes back. Game successfully saved. I mean, maybe. How much longer is it gonna be since it... Aren't there like 10 hours left until that happens, so it's gonna be a while. Oh, they're not living here yet.
Frank, the emergency line's been freed up. I'll give headquarters a call. Hang on.
It wasn't freed up before? Did they say for what reason?
DHS headquarters.
This is Agent Jessica McCartney. We have an emergency situation.
No, I guess we're just popping back into the... Maybe we're popping back into the safe zone to figure out exactly what's gonna happen there, but yeah, it's like 10 something, and I think, yeah, 10 p.m. and I think that whenever it's midday again, that's when the helicopter's supposed to show up. It would actually be more than 10 hours. It'll turn out okay now, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, she didn't say anything concrete that she found on that computer yet, has she? Hold on. Over here again. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna take a hike back to the security room. More chopped heads. And what is it like? Okay, no, never mind. I guess we're just gonna get another little cutscene in the meanwhile.
HQ's decided to ignore us.
What? What do you mean, ignore us?
I contacted headquarters, but the government has decided to deny all knowledge of what happened here. Special forces will arrive for cleanup at midnight. They'll take everyone out.
Oh boy.
Zombies, people, everyone.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the full ending of the story in both the Wii version and this one is the same based on what I've heard, but even so, I get the feeling that we're about to get into a part of the game that I barely remember anything about, if it even compares. It's gonna be interesting. So yeah, midnight is not that far off, it's like less than 2 hours away. I think we're in for a very interesting time, I guess, when we're not kind of basic race against time to get back into the place where the rest of the people are. Alright, hold on. I need to figure out exactly which direction I'm going in now, though. This way so that we can maybe go into the food court. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a lot easier to go through the outdoor area. Try to get to the food court and go inside and go through all these large corridors, not even cramped corridors, these large corridors that nonetheless are all gonna be stuffed with zombies. I feel like if I go outside at least it'll be that much more of a chance to have a little more breathing room. $13:31. Okay, perfect numerical time palindrome for when I go back out. I guess we've gotten to a high enough level that we don't have to worry too much about our pacing. We can move significantly faster now at our regular pace than we could have before the early parts of the game. Yep, there's not really any time limit any concrete time limit, I guess, to be too concerned about at this particular point, other than the countdown to the helicopter showing up again. I guess what we were told about the special forces showing up at midnight, but that's gonna be in about an hour and a half, if I'm not mistaken, so I guess I'm just gonna see what happens then, and see if I can just get back to the security area first. I'm just gonna do this one more time, you know, for old time's sake. How do I do it again? X, yeah, with X. Oh. Okay, that didn't last very long. Cool. Well, here's the wine. Let's go ahead and stop off on our hardware over here. What are all these? What do we have? 4 of these actually. Entertainment related goods. Alright, so we do want that. Edge weapons. We do want that. Tools and construction. What about this one though? Oh, it is an experience boost one. Actually, I didn't realize I had 4 more of these. So I could also try to actually use up the cleaver, just so I don't also have it in my inventory, because yeah, I get the feeling that with the freaking 3-book boost for the chainsaw, it's actually gonna probably stay in one piece for the entire remainder of the game at this point. But I guess for the same reason, there's no need to have any extra edge weapons, melee weapons. Might as well just swing the cleaver around for a while until that wears out. Oh gee, I can't believe Breath of the Wild ripped off this game with its very open-ended, open-world exploration system and weapons that have durability. That's a constant concern. We're gonna climb the mountain of zombie corpses that we're creating, I guess. That'll do the trick. Maybe that goes out of here. Maybe it'll be like in that fucking World War C movie or whatever it was. Which is a franchise that I think I'm only very peripherally aware of. I'm pretty much almost exclusively owing to that one movie that I think was made. Brad Pitt or someone. And apparently they not, as movies do not really tend to do majority of the time. It just seems to be a bit of a tendency, a very common tendency with adaptations that they just are not waiting a long time. I certainly can't speak for that being the case. With certain pieces of media that I've observed myself, but I do remember a scene in that movie that apparently everyone talked about that was just a fucking mountain of zombies forming by walking into each other. Oh, they're here already.
Talk about your close calls. You contacted us just in time. Your boss thought we should have a talk with you before the operation begins. We'll be taking you into custody. If you sign an agreement to keep your mouth shut about all this, you'll be free to go.
Well, hopefully we're recording all this. That seems like a statement that could probably be taken to be pretty dodgy after the fact. Oh dear. Well, I guess he didn't offer resistance. And yeah, I guess he was actually turned by the doctor guy who died pretty much immediately after he started doing that kind of stuff, but not clear exactly what happened to actually infect her, given that she looked more or less fine after that happened. Okay, is this clearly gonna stay in one piece long enough to clear this? Nope, not quite. Don't need to get the fuck out of this elevator right now so that I can switch to this one. Yes, we're heading back over here, even though it seems like that may or may not be an entirely wise idea based on these things that we as the audience have perceived.
Jesse?
.32 until the helicopter arrives, but what's happening now? In the here and now. What will happen in the here and now if we go back in here? Surely the survivors aren't all gonna be compromised. Thanks to what happened there. I mean, surely the other guy that was also keeping guard here apparently would have done something, or not apparently, he would have just stood there and let it happen and also get attacked. Well, at least we were given a very neat rounded out time after that. But yeah, does that mean that... well, there she is. Does that mean that the people in these other rooms are now so fucked? What if I try to be very sly and just not do the inevitable? They don't seem to be here. Maybe they were actually taken out by the army people or whatever. Before they talked to Jesse. Before that whole incident happened. Well, unfortunately it doesn't seem like there's... oh, we can go out to the heliport, not that it matters. Not at this time. Not for another 12.5 hours, apparently. But when that time passes. When that time passes, maybe then we'll have something that we can do. Something a little more. Is that groan coming from her? I thought I heard some like groan echo, and I guess that must all be her. Okay, well, there's statistically only one thing to do at this point. Seems like it might elicit a reaction out of the plot, so I guess we've just been delaying the inevitable for too long. We can't save now, can we? No, we can. But oh well. Well, I guess it didn't technically elicit a reaction. Well, maybe we could have avoided that, but there's nothing else to find in here anymore, is there? There's a note on the table. While you were out, some crazy people snuck in from the rooftop and started snatching people. There's a hell of a racket coming from where the monitors are, so I'm taking advantage of the confusion and stealing a helicopter. Might not look the type, but I got a small aircraft pilot's license. I haven't seen Jessie, there's no time to look for her now. I gotta get out while the getting's good. I hope you don't think I'm a coward, but who's writing this? Meet on the other side, I definitely owe you a drink. Good luck, Frank. Otis Washington. Does that imply that he actually managed to take all the other people out of here? Oh, it is now midnight on September 22nd. Precisely midnight. And I guess these fellas are gonna be hanging around from now on. I guess what I'm wondering about at this point is there gonna be that much more reason for me to be wandering around the mall? Given that I'm right next to the point where we expect the helicopter to be showing up in about 12 hours. And there certainly doesn't seem like there's anything that we're really being encouraged to look into, especially now that all these survivors are gone. And I guess we assume that because of that whole situation we can't rescue anyone else at this point, so... I don't know. So I'm gonna save at any rate. I'm going to assume that I'm at a good place, so... let's go ahead and continue to use the same save slot. I guess the zombies that used to show up inside this elevator are now gone. Even though the ones that are down here on the base level are not gone at all. And here this goes. This goes. Yes, that is exactly what I meant to say both times. These ghosts. Ooh. But now this are gonna look like... evidently more buffed up versions of the... oh dear. The cultists from earlier. Maybe somebody got a little more buffed up might be, you know, a tiny bit too much credit given how quickly they die, but maybe we can try out this machine gun, not the nightstick. Hold on. Yeah, the machine gun might be a worthwhile bounty at least. Are there more? No, there's just more zombies. I guess they somehow missed these couple of guys when they were on their way here. Come on. See another zombie just very aggressive towards you, but... obviously go crazy there. Absolutely no idea what I did different, but I gave an achievement. Oh dear. To escape from where the rest of those guys are and get up here so that I can heal up. At least a little bit, you know. It's an age-old tradition in this game, and by age I mean just the age of however long you've been playing the game for. But yeah, I can tell you right now my main perception of continuing to explore the game is just do I really need to keep going? Or can I just kind of stay in one place and wait for the time to run out and see what happens after that? I guess I'm gonna try to use the machine gun against those guys. Let's see how well that works. They are very, very hardy. if they die in a couple of, you know, chainsaw swipes. Oh, but no, apparently we're able to get at least one more level out of that, so it'll be completely worth it. Mastered a both kick skill, and also I'm not really able to see them very clearly because the dark coloring of their uniforms is doing what it's probably supposed to do and making it harder for me to see them. Well, I guess we'll take a look around. I guess one thing that I can probably do... Oh, goodness. That's probably bad news if I want to continue to try and explore this place. If we try to continue to explore the outdoor area here, we're gonna have to have a helicopter as a constant hazard up there. To be mindful of as something that's gonna continue to try to kill us. Is there anything back here that's like a gas tank? Propane tank. I'll tell you what. I can't even make that reference, I never even watched King of the Hill, to be perfectly honest with you. But I have been in quite a few places where people apparently think it's very, I guess probably because it hits a lot harder to home in Oh Jesus, okay. In that kind of context where you actually have people near you who actually talk like that, but have that kind of a, I don't know, an accent that most people would call Southern, but from it's pretty ironic because as I pointed out in such context before, from my perspective it would be Northern. I'm gonna try to go back out to the tunnels and see if that's a good idea. You don't get a good chunk of heavy XP, yeah. I think that it's more than what the cultists used to give out, but I'm not too sure. Let's see, it's like about twice what the cultists gave out. And the convicts stopped spawning, yeah, I think they stopped spawning a little while before they showed up. Even though I didn't kill them a second time. Not too sure why, maybe it was just related to the whole the bomb situation, but I guess something else we can just kind of do for a while. Somewhere around the car, or two, maybe get like down to the tunnels where I don't know if you know, those guys are gonna show up down here, or if it's just gonna be the zombies. I would actually probably prefer it to be special forces showed up down here. And then I could very easily run around with the car and get more experience faster, but no. That's not necessarily it still seems like a very good way of trying to get an experience where it's just use to just use as many as possible and get as many of the bonuses as possible. I'm probably going to get your car blown out, that's what I was going to keep running into those guys and pushing the gas tanks around for some reason. There's some of these mulligans, I should probably try to figure out where I can get another one. Just keep going straight, all the way straight, and hopefully we'll get out of this place, or maybe you can just break down immediately after I say that. This could be interesting. I'm gonna try a slightly different strategy of grabbing one of these, since I do remember this working quite well if you don't do that. I'm actually able to keep going. Yeah, I know, I wasn't trying to... Oh jeez, what? Did I drop my chainsaw because of the way that I was attacked there? That's no good, I want to hold on to this. I'm not letting this go. Just want to see if we can get to the other end of the tunnel on foot. With the chainsaw in hand, I can't imagine that it would be that difficult, surely. still gonna get nicked, but you know. Seems like doing things this way is at least gonna help me not get grabbed in a way that always gives at least one score damage consistently. Even if they can apparently get hit with these little mega attacks that take away less than that. Oh yeah, I have a fucking machine gun as well. I guess I could try to use it now. I'll clear away with this. So yeah, we'll have to get close. Okay, now it's gone. Now I have a little bit of extra room in my inventory at least, so I don't have to worry about dropping the chainsaw if I grab onto anything else. Yeah, there's also, you know, the noise that I just heard reminded me that there's also always the option of if I'm actually able to do that. I'll give myself at least a little bit of breathing room. Alright, time to actually try to conserve a little bit more health, I guess. I'll pop one of these. And I will make it far enough over here that I am able to get back into something I should probably be doing for the time being. Is try and stay close to like the food court, the edges of the food court, because it does feel like even if I get hurt, continue to go in and out of those so I can get some close to items in game to respawn, so I can just continue to restore myself in the way. Yeah, it's kind of fun in the tunnels. More protected in this truck versus the bike. I mean, the bike looks cool, but I feel like you have to be a little bit more mindful in a situation like this. So, time to try and get out of the footboat. And get back to measure around the lawnmower at this point, since we have helicopter after us. But now we're inside, where I assume there's still gonna be even more of these special forces guys, but hey, at least we can heal ourselves in here. Just gotta figure out exactly where they are. I guess I'm gonna try to keep on taking them out. This son get an actual shield. Maybe a formerly human shield. Somewhat modified post-human shield in the very technical sense of that etymology. I think that's something that's left humanity behind. Not in an entirely positive way. I suppose that may or may not be the like a distinction you would make, you know, transhuman versus post-human. Infrahuman, maybe not. Infrahuman feels like the nicer way of putting what that word, what those, you know, words mean. If you wanted to say something with that same meaning, I feel like you would say something that's spelled a little bit different. And it wouldn't sound very nice. And yeah, I want to keep all these books. Is there anything else that I want to keep? I think there was at least one more thing that came to mind, but I don't know anymore. What time is it now? It's gonna be 3 AM in like a little bit, but yeah, I'm not too sure if there's even anything that I could do at this point other than just fuck around and kill more of these special forces or what have you. Can gonna wander around and kill even more zombies and still be more than a little confused by the maintenance tunnels and the fact that I never found a key for them. Oh shit. Why are they homing in on me when they're clearly... We've got a good chunk of zombies around here. I think they actually give a... Hadn't really looked at the numbers too closely on this. I'm really confused around this. They actually are different depending on what time you do that. What time you kill them, but... Yes, they actually give pretty much the same amount of experience that the cultists do. I think it's because they're more dangerous. You don't find them clustered together in large groups like you did the cultists. It's actually a little bit difficult to aim with the chainsaw. You're gonna be behind one of these chainsaws here, I think. I don't think it makes a difference at all, given the triple book that I have for it, but I might as well pick a fresh one regardless. Now it does seem like I probably will get to a new level if I keep on killing them this way, if I can find enough of them. Doesn't seem to be nearly as many of them here as there were in the Paradise Plaza area then. Maybe I should just go back there. I should just like continue to kill them in that area. Or maybe go to the other place, or first counter, whatever it was called. There's a couple of them over there. Sneak up to them like really ninja-like, and here we go. Probably also make a couple of extra saves here and there. I guess we can teleport back to Paradise Plaza this way actually, but also save. And probably pop over to a different save slot, why not? 30, 21, 33, 25. Might as well just use this one, sure. Give us how you level grind. Well, apparently. Hey, Akadar. I mean, apparently trying to find more of them to kill so you can get more levels seems to be about the only way to do while you're waiting for the time to run out in this part of the game. Does seem like there's more of these guys in this area than any of the other areas that I've seen. At least assuming that there's gonna be as many of them now as there were when I first came through here. Yeah, there seems to be a good chunk of them here. Look out this way, look for a large group of them. Like 7 of them hanging out together. Time to level up so I didn't even have to like look for something else and take out 1 extra square of life that I lost immediately. Oh shit. I didn't see you guys approach. But it does seem as I am continuing to note that they seem a million times more vulnerable to the chainsaw than they are to getting shot by the machine guns. Not all of them are spawned in this area right now. Nope, there's more over here. I guess I can try to go to the movie theater again. It was kind of examine that place a little bit more closely earlier. So, on an actual tighter time limit at that point because I was trying to follow one of the other events, but I guess since that's no longer a factor, we can just take as much time as we want trying to figure out what's going on here. Oh, I did see there was a guy right here. Actually blending in with the friggin', movie theater carpet. Oh, fuck. And so is the other guy. How long have you been standing there? Can we change our clothes to, I guess, put on the Mega Man helmet with the big Tracy suit? No, you cannot see me. What are you talking about? Not showing in number 3, apparently. It's Mega Man 2. Well, we're dressed for the occasion. Oh shit, and so are these guys. How come I can't hit them from up there? How come I have to be driven to drink already? At least I can pick up the spaghetti and coffee creamer. Maybe I could try to experiment with like the foodstuffs in this game and maybe try to actually figure out if I can make more drinks, those special drinks. Maybe now that I have all of this extra time, in a matter of speaking, I can actually focus a little more on that. Oh hey look, I guess this is where the cultists were hanging out, but now they're no longer here. Too bad we didn't go into theater number 4 or whatever this one was. A little while ago. Well, this seems like a very lackluster one. Very narrow. Looks a little bit like a very, very tiny room that pretty much just passes itself off as a movie theater. I've gone to a couple of times in a plaza near where I live. And I say near where I live, it's actually a little bit farther away, but it's a place that I'm pretty sure is pretty actively frequented because they have like this outdoor thing that's like a permanent sculptural exhibit. And well, I guess you're just hanging out and going to the remains of that guy, but they also have one of the like tech centers for the phone company in this area. So whenever I have to get a new phone, or I have to get some kind of nonsense sorted out with my current phone, I pretty much have to always go there. Okay, I need to get more healing again. I am gonna level up soon at least, so this is doing something. Well, we do have the coffee creamer. Hold on. Try to figure out exactly how much it's gonna kill. That's not bad. Entertainment aisle. Oh, you can only get seaweeds. Tune makers. We've tried using the guitars to be that effective. Goodness. Oh, there was. That's something that I actually some of these guys up here. I thought that there weren't any of them on this floor for some reason. I remember actually running into them before, the first time I came out here after they showed up. And I'm a little disappointed that there's no mixer up here. At least I don't think there is. Seems like it would be a pretty good place to, try and mix some foods and drinks. But apparently there's only, only this, the burner. Doesn't seem like it does anything. Oh no, there is a mixer here, never mind. I'm stupid. I just never actually realized that this was here. Okay, let's try mixing the coffee creamer with wine. Oh, we have a good result. Seems like it would be a great mixture. Oh. Except juice, huh? I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that we managed to produce so far. And it doesn't seem like it's that useful, all things considered, so... No, I guess we're gonna have to go back across to the other place. Back across the plaza. Well, I guess it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go back across the plaza now that the helicopter's out. Actually, we'll use the teleporter instead. And go back and get some of those... more of those wine bottles. Actually, we'll try and kill a few more of these guys as long as we're here, though. Oh, we just leveled up again literally right there. Your skill mastered. Hammer throw skill. This isn't where the shortcut is, right? No, it's not. What's the time now? Okay. The clock is slowly trickling along, but we'll get there in the end. But this does remind me a little bit of like some of the modes in this game that I've heard about. Apparently there's a mode where it's like indefinite survival mode where you just have to stay alive for as long as possible and you can't save, so you just kind of have to hope that you're able to stay alive for a decent amount of time and that the power doesn't go up every time you do that. But yeah, I don't know, it seems like a really interesting mod, but I don't know if I've ever tried it simply because of the stuff that I read about it. Apparently like, pretty much those things that I mentioned, you're just kind of hoping that you're just kind of waiting for the time to go by and you might just find a safe place to hide and wait there, do nothing. But apparently also you slowly automatically lose health and you have to pretty much ration out all of the food items and healing items that you have in that mode because they don't respawn like they do in the regular mode. Well, here we are. What if I mix corn and a carrot? Because I'm pretty sure there's a mixer somewhere else around here. It's not over here though, it's on the other side. I guess we can use this place to try and experiment a little bit more with some mixes. There's a mixer. Mix these two things together, which seems a little less outlandish than mixing wine and coffee creamer somehow. You get blue, which is... what is that? What did that say? Spitfire? Oh, hold on, let me put it down so I can read it again. Spitfire, yeah. I actually don't know what this does. They're assuming that we get the exact same result by using the same ingredients, so we can find out. Wait, what? Where's my chainsaw? Okay, I actually have no idea what the Spitfire thing is. It's I don't know what to do with it. I'm gonna pick up a gun, hold on. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's to do with machine guns or any other weapons. I actually don't know what that does. Alright. I mean, maybe it makes the weapons do more damage, like the guns do more damage, but I guess I wouldn't know since I'm going to be using a whole lot of the guns at this point. What? How many other foods can I find around here that I can try to experiment with? Might as well just a quick step onto pretty much use out of this. At least this one is kind of obvious what it does. Let's see, we have like those vegetables back there. But what other foods can we find like here? Surely there's at least a few. It's not just a matter of water gun. Here we go, we got yogurt. And a mixer right here. What happens if we mix yogurt with ice pop? Maybe this can only have a good result. And another quick step, okay, that's kind of disappointing. Can we mix two yogurts together? Can we mix milk with milk or milk? Yeah, I guess we're gonna mix milk with milk. If we have three of them apparently. Or not, hold on. I guess we're gonna pick up the friggin' juice so we can not have it be immediately in front of the other thing. What happens if we mix milk with milk? Do we get twice as powerful milk, or do we get quick step? We get quick step, okay. What happens if we mix... okay, this guy actually made his way across. These two guys actually made their way across. It's not very, very great. Let's mix ice pop with milk. It's not a combination that we actually tried before. Guess I'll chug another one of these quick step. Okay, ice pop with milk. It's sunbait, which I think I read about actually. I think it just makes these zombies be a lot more attracted to you, and it's pretty much like the main purpose of that is if you are trying to do escort missions. Still don't know what Spitfire does, but I guess it's about to also run out, but I guess I'll grab another yogurt just so I can heal myself a little more. What about, I don't know, what's this exactly? Cooking oil. This apparently doesn't count as a food item. Can I mix a baguette with something else? Can I put solid foods in the mixer? I guess I'll grab this just so I can get it out of the way as always. Oh, yeah, apparently I can put the baguette in the mixer. What happens if I mix a baguette with... What else is even around here? There's another one. I have to go back to the other mixer to follow up on the thing that I already initiated, though, I assume. Baguette with corn. Surely this is gonna be a combination worth exploring. I guess I had already got some more sunbait, yeah. I think any of these are going to be particularly useful at this point. Earth and water, apparently there's got an achievement for, I guess, just walking a certain amount of time. Distance. And drinks. Those are not actually consumable, so they're just... I guess you can just let those guys be. They're not bothering me. And we mentioned that the most important thing, right? What about, I don't know, wine? What if I mix multiple bottles of wine? I feel like I already tried this earlier. Well, wine does seem to be one of the most effective standalone healing items in this game, so... I tried mixing wine with coffee creamer, which seemed to also be somewhat effective for... And that had subpar results. I think. What happens if I mix wine with more wine? I create a super special blend. Nope, it's just gonna be more quick step. That's pretty disappointing. I think there's like a special juice you can create with some combination that makes you like straight up invincible for a short while, but I don't know what it is. Now we can't come up with that, so I guess we'll just stick with even more wine. I'm gonna break this cask to see if there's more wine inside, but I guess if there was like straight up a cask, it probably wouldn't contain bottles or anything like that. It actually makes more sense to be disappointed at this time. And what time is it? Okay, it's gonna be 6 in just a little bit, which means that there's only 6 hours left until the helicopter shows up. Why do I have one of these zombie? I don't actually want, but I guess the quick step, but will actually having any practical use out of that. However, for now, I'm going back to one of the few places that I haven't checked out since the freaking crew showed up. I think we're all gonna be pretty busy. And hopefully those guys focus on the zombies going through here and not me. Apparently they did notice me by coincidence. But yeah, maybe I can just want more of these guys in the time that I have left and level around a little bit more. No. Very ready for me, that was a very calm response. I like more food types, now it's just milk. I would have tried mixing milk with milk, so... Maybe milk with a pie would have a different result. Where are you? I'm hearing those guys, but I can actually see where they are. There we go. But yeah, at least we're able to level around a little bit more with these guys. Oh. Alright, everyone calm down. I think I'm going to just come over here. And do they have a mixer over here? They do. Okay. I'm gonna try to mix pie with milk and see what happens. And if that doesn't give me anything that I'm particularly recommended beverage, Spitfire. Flushes harsh toxins from your body, increasing wellness. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Does that mean that you like had an actual effect? With this, I mean, we were able to make Spitfire through some combination. I don't even remember what it was, but it does seem to be one of the rarer ones. Sunbait and Quick Step seem like they're pretty common. Oh, that's red. Untouchable. I think this might be the one that I was thinking of earlier, where it's like straight up invincible for a while. But hold on, we'll hold on to that one, I think. But right now we'll just pick up the rest of these and... actually heal up. Okay, the milk just healed me completely, so I guess the milk is gonna be probably in the same kind of wheelhouse as the wine. Let's do a quick step for a while. Let's actually go over into the entrance plaza, which I think is right next to this one. I just killed some dudes over there. Oh. I guess I'll hold on to that untouchable concoction that I made. I am not finding any more of those guys immediately. I thought that it would be pretty simple to do that, but yeah. The thing about Quick Step 2 is that it doesn't really last for very long. Maybe they're all gonna be on that side. Yeah, here's quite a few of them actually. It might be a little more dangerous if I just try and fight all of them at once, but you know, that's the thrill of it, clearly. Okay, and I leveled up, so I don't even have to worry about going back to heal. After this encounter, attack has gone up. It's probably a good thing. We can leave this place now. Totally, no we can't. Even though we probably could, given that, you know, that breach in the fence, and apparently there's not a whole lot of zombies outside. They're apparently all inside. Even though most of them are dead now. Okay. I do vaguely remember that there was like some kind of a sinister read. I guess this must be a bookstore. Would there be any books in here that would have an effect that would be particularly appealing? World News, what does this one do? Survivor-related activities, well that's not really gonna be useful anymore. Now is it? Horror Novel 1. Defeating zombies. I mean, that's nice, but we're gonna be getting most of our ability, or our experience at this point by defeating more of those guys, the special guys, I think so. If there's anything in here that could actually help with that, I think I would rather have that book. And it doesn't look like there is though, so we only have room for one more thing. I feel like we already have one book that's kind of like that, don't we? Or at least, yeah, this one. I guess we can get an even greater experience boost, but I feel like relying on the other guys is a bit smarter at this point. And speaking of the other guys, I don't see any more of them here, I guess. Like the ones that are gonna spawn in this area where we'll cluster together. The entrance. Oh shoot. Once again about look at this. And for some reason I always default to thinking that the button to bring up the watch is down on the D-pad and not left. Right is for answering the friggin' call whenever you get one, but I guess that's not gonna happen anymore. That's what I couldn't remember a while ago. Yeah, I guess we're gonna be doing a little bit back and forth between here, the alfresco place, and the Wonderland Plaza, since I guess these are the only places left. Well, not the only places left, why did you say it like that? Doesn't really match up anything else I could follow those words. That's easy because peripheral. Still not that dark, so those shots were actually aimed at me. Like most of the ones that I see here and there. Okay, because it's pop pyro, like so. I think I heard at least another one of those, yeah. Those guys with guns over here. Yes, you can. It's very, very stealthy. Maybe I should try to get another one of those red fuses for the road. I guess I'll prepare one anyway. I don't know exactly how useful that's gonna be, but maybe it's gonna be incredibly useful. It's a little bit strange that there's a few things, so can we get like unlimited pies from here? But we're not able to pick up the... Yeah, yes we can. We're not able to pick up the pie that's actually on the counter here though. For some reason that one seems to be a bit of a phantom object. I do believe there's a couple more of these guys somewhere over here, or at least I believe so based on the fact that I heard, yeah, well, here they come, they were in that store. I think they were on the store across the way from this one. The last time I came by here. Maybe I can get at least one more level before the time runs out, which I do have to be mindful of, I suppose, because it'll be like only about 4 hours until the helicopter shows up, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to miss that when it happens. Oh, you know, I feel there's one thing that I might have forgotten now. They'll be able to shoot me from behind the counter. Wonder what would happen if I went back to the place, like those hiding place. And just kind of try to figure out if what's your face is still in one, like still talking lately. I heard a few extra gunshots, but I guess maybe not. Not terribly sure if I did anymore, but yeah, there's only about 4 hours left, so better just try to keep an eye on the time. Keep an eye on my health, actually. I want to get screwed over here. But not actually being mindful of that. Which might happen in this moment, because I'll try to travel the circumference of this place. I'll just so I'm actually in danger now. Oh shit, oh fuck, hold on. There we go. Now I'm not going to die. Should have done that earlier. Just being facetious. Facetious and perhaps a bit overzealous, just as I observed earlier that I tend to be when it comes to certain subjects, but it's one in which I would rather it not be an actual detrimental consequence, or lead to an actual detrimental consequence. Be the cause of one of those. I had that whole thing backwards. But I think I got it now. Okay, so I guess we're gonna try to go over to North Plaza. Yeah, probably wouldn't take that long. I'll try to go over to North Plaza just so I can try to figure out exactly how if Isabella is still around. So probably gonna have to restart my browser after this. It's been like freaking out all day. I see you doing funny stuff in the background. I'm gonna be leveling up here, killing more of those guys, I expect. Oh, here comes one. And there's a couple more. Okay, so these guys can help me look. There we go. we should have leveled up, but we get this time. Stock up. Oh, that's good. Now we have a little bit more extra room. But I'm not entirely sure what I will actually end up using that for. Well, not another one of those experience books. I don't know. Just had a thought, you know. The experience books that I was looking at for actual, like the ones that actually give you boosts are labeled so that they only work on zombies, like they're not gonna work on enemies like cultists and these guys, but I mean, maybe they do work on those enemy types, and it's just being very coy about that. Hold on. Yes, I should be also be prudent here and take a little bit of extra time to save. Let's go. So here are these guys. They seem to be very confused. They're just kind of hanging out in the corner here, so helping out to clear out the zombies. They also do seem to follow the trend of NPCs being a lot more skillful against any player could have. Well, maybe not so much skillful as efficient, since maybe when you need a young gun, so they have a limited ammo. And they actually have a pretty decent AI output, obviously. Alright, I'm gonna try it. If I go back up into here, is she still gonna be around, or... I think I do see her over there, so... I mean, did you hear what happened? Or maybe I was supposed to come back here earlier and I just never realized. Did I fuck up by... What I did? By failing to come back here sooner.
The military. They'll come, won't they? It's just like Santa Cabeza. The government wants to cover this up too.
Oop. Doesn't really seem like that changed much, though. You let me that they were at fault before, she's right. Nothing will change, so I need to get out of here, so... Let the military do their work, then make our move. Our move being, just leaving, I guess. I'm trying to find a way to squeeze through the cracks, but yeah, we got an extra scene from that, but there's 3 hours left until the time limit ends now, and I mean, she didn't seem like she was offering to come with me or anything, so I'm assuming that if she is actually going to try to escape with me, then I like to assume that she's gonna show up at the heliport of her own accord. We're gonna have to come back here and find her. At a completely indeterminate point in the future that in no way suggests that I know what's gonna happen in just a little while when the helicopter shows up, because I played this before. But yeah. So what I can do right now is just keep going with these. Fuck. This everything. Just saunter back over there to Wonderland Plaza so I can use the shop of that over there again. Maybe. Let my guard down for 1 second, and that happens, even though it feels like I was off on full blood. That wasn't entirely warranted. There's something that I will always resort to, that's That little adage. Yeah, you know, now that I'm doing this, I feel like I actually feel a very faint twinge of remembrance at doing something similar in version when I played that many years ago. But actually trying to spend time farming more experience of these special enemies. I feel like at that point I would have killed like either more the cultists or more the special zombies that existed in that version of the game, because they also give more experience. At least I made a jump. I was kind of worried that that wouldn't work. So I'm pretty sure that we're technically right next to the shortcut now, but even so. I'm gonna try to go back over to the food court first and then pretty much come back around. And also, this is probably more about paranoia than anything. But might as well also renew my chainsaw as long as I'm right here. Freaking triple books are really effective. Try to be able to find them a little bit sooner, but I guess it does make a little bit make the progression look a little bit more organic when you're not just give it a pretty much unlimited weapon. It's as effective as this one. I feel like after you've fucked around for a little while though, you pretty much want to just find the most effective way of doing things. I feel like that's also a fair approach. I guess we're gonna get at least one more level from killing these guys, so it seems. Right now, I guess I'll just pop one bottle of wine for insurance as I come back here just so I can top myself off again. Let's look at the time, by the way. Okay. I have plenty of time, actually. I mean, I guess at this point there's really not much else to do except just go and wait for the timer. Alright, I leveled up. Don't know if I'm really gonna be able to get that many more levels out of this, but we might life end up. Well, that's probably a good point to be satisfied with level. I'll grab one more extra wine just to be a little bit extra paranoid. I think I heard another machine gun guy and I don't even know where they are at this point. But here it is. And just try to make my way back over there too. Hey, what's up? The military is about to enter a new phase of its mission. There's 2 hours left until the helicopter gets here, so come back to the hideout as soon as you can, okay? It actually calls you back to the hideout. Well, it should be not super difficult, I don't think, to get easily go between the hideout and the shortcut back to the place in Paradise Plaza that leads to the heliport. Guess I'm gonna try to be a little bit more judicious at this point, though, with how quickly I'm moving. Looks like there's a little bit less time to waste now. There's less than 2 hours left. Yeah, maybe she will end up coming with me back to the heliport. Right now. Oh, jeez. Very prompt reaction. No doubt whatsoever. Very effective. Very admirable, really. Very efficient. Just like this one. Seems like there's that much more on the way, just these guys. Just rush over to the hideout right here. Still have an hour and a half until that time runs out. We made it back inside. Now what? I don't think we're gonna be running into him right off the bat, even if we went right over there. But hey, I made it back. What's up? It's almost time, don't worry about me, save yourself, but please make it over here real quick so that you can... I mean, it doesn't seem like she's gonna have any kind of a different reaction, so I guess we're gonna have no choice but to oblige. Yeah, but it's almost time, so she called me over here just to tell me to forget about her and to, you know, leave and save myself immediately after I went there. That seems really curious. Just for the record, I'm gonna go right back in after leaving and see if there's anything different. I don't know. It would be really funny if it turned out that's like, hey, you came back even though I told you to save yourself. Well, I'll go with you or something. It would be really stupid if they had something like that, but you know. It's one of those situations that feels weird and contradictory enough that I definitely feel compelled to check. But yeah, it's now pretty tight timing, even though it seems like, it doesn't seem like there's gonna be a whole lot of resistance. Yeah, that would be a really good time for, I don't know, some kind of sequence in which we actually walked back to the shortcut together, and that there's apparently no need to deal with any more of the zombies anymore. Yeah, even though we kept on killing the special forces, they apparently were all of a sudden very efficient in just leaving no zombies alive. And just going off somewhere else entirely, I guess they also left that zombie in a very well-balanced state on the edge of this thing. But yeah, I suppose there's no real reason to hesitate or do anything. There is one thing that I suppose I could theoretically look into. I guess I can look into it on the way though. That would be just healing myself by finding a couple of extra healing items specifically so that I can get full health if anything else happens, but I'm pretty sure that I can find them in here. Unless of course all of a sudden I have another scripted encounter here. Which apparently is not gonna be the case after all. I'll just take a very quick detour back up here so that I can Chompan pies, just like in the old days. Time-worn tradition. I still have my 3 bottles of wine and my 2 red potions. I guess I can fall back onto if anything really bizarre happens, so probably ought to operate under the assumption that that scenario is quite likely. I guess they even came back here though. Oh yeah, I guess they were pretty much aware of where the security room was with all the survivors used to be. They're not really there anymore. They were aware of that area pretty much immediately when they came here, since like the very first time that we saw those guys showing up, they were in there and talking to Jesse, so. I am more than a little bit paranoid now though. So, things having the possibility of having been different, so I think I'll actually use my final save slot that I had. Open here and save the game there. I also see the PP icon right now. It's in the background. See it if we take a picture of this thing.
Perfect.
Great no genre, even though it's just like really a symbol that's been up on that friggin', you know, cork worth that whole time. And I just never saw it until now. Oh well, well here we are. There are about 40 minutes left until the time runs out. So I guess we're just gonna hang out right here on the heliport. It's not really, like it's not gonna happen immediately, but it's also a tight enough time limit that there's not really time to fuck around and do anything else while we wait, so... maybe we can use something to... wait here. That something might be something from a book that I thought I had next to me, never sure that I used to until I put it in my bag and took it someplace else to read while I was waiting at the dentist's office, but then I forgot to put it back out, so... fortunately that's not the only book that I have, so... how about a little prose poetry? This is To the Demon by Clark Ashton Smith. Tell me many tales, O benign maleficent demon. Tell me none that I have ever heard or have even dreamt of otherwise than obscurely or infrequently. Nay, tell me not of anything that lies between the bournes of time or the limits of space, for I am a little weary of all recorded years, uncharted lands, and the isles that are westward of Cathay, and the sunset realms of End are not remote enough to be made the abiding place of my conceptions. And Atlantis is overnew for my thoughts to sojourn there, and Mu itself has gazed upon the sun in eons that are too recent. Tell me many tales, but let them be of things that are past the lore of legend, and of which there are no myths in our world or in any world adjoining. Tell me, if you will, of the years when the moon was young, its siren-rippled seas, and mountains that were sown with flowers from base to summit. Tell me of the planets grey with eld, of the worlds whereon no mortal astronomer has ever looked, and whose mystic heavens and horizons have given pause to visionaries. Tell me of the vaster blossoms within whose cradling chalices a woman could sleep, of the seas of fire that beat on strands of ever-during ice, of perfumes that can give eternal slumber in a breath, of eyeless titans that dwell in Uranus, and beings that wander in the green light of the twin suns of Azure and Orange. Tell me tales of inconceivable fear and unimaginable love, in orbs where to our sun is a nameless star, onto which its rays have never reached. And well, that's the end of it. Okay, well, how much more time is left after that? Still about 10 minutes, well... don't think I have enough time to read another one if that's, like how long it took. Or something of that length, so oh well. Well, there is this one. The Litany of the Seven Kisses. 1. I kiss thy hands whose fingers are delicate and pale as the petals of the white lotus. Or lotus, I'm actually not sure exactly what that's pronounced, but... 2. I kiss thy hair which has the luster of black jewels and is darker than leaf. Blowing by midnight through the moonless slumber of poppy-scented lands. 3. I kiss thy brow, which resembles the rising moon in a valley of cedars. 4. I kiss thy cheeks, where lingers a faint flush like the reflection of a rose upheld to an urn of alabaster. 5. I kiss thine eyelids and liken them to the purple veined flowers. Oh, well, never mind. Well, that was almost done anyway. I feel like I wasn't feeling that one nearly as much as the previous one, at least. But there you go. Also, hello, Chakakeki. What's going on? It's actually pretty nice to see you here, because something that completely escaped my mind. When I saw you yesterday, is the whole,
I'll be damned.
I guess we'll just let the cutscene play out first.
That son of a bitch made it. That must mean he got his scoop. I can't wait to get my share of the take. Woo! Yeah! All right. You just hang tight, buddy. I'm on my way.
Alright, so he stopped at a different rooftop or something? Or... Where exactly had he stopped up before that he could see him through those binoculars? And not only saw him through those binoculars, but also apparently let a zombie just sneak out of his helicopter. Well, I mean, apparently, it also honestly raises the whole question of what he says that he stole the helicopter, and apparently was able to leave a note even after he came to that decision. So I guess he stole his helicopter from the Special Forces people, and that's how he managed to get out. But yeah. Well, that apparently makes a credit roll, even though I'm pretty sure that's not actually the end of the game, as you might have guessed. The helmet, yeah. It's one addition to the costume that you can get. By looking in, I don't even remember what kind of story it was. Can't tell what anything like that must have been a while. Yeah, that's not actually the end of the story, though. I'm kind of wondering exactly how it actually proceeded from here, because yeah, at this point I'm very, very confused at what exactly, like, how exactly this part of the whole thing proceeded in the Wii version to it actually had, like, the overtime stuff as a separate thing, or what. I am justified. I feel like, you know, in light of all that, I am also justified in pressing buttons to try and just skip past this. Oh boy. I was apparently in the A, and we got all of this stuff. I saved 21 survivors, our total photo score was that much. And we killed all those zombies. I guess we can look at the survivor chart too. Yeah, well, I mean, as per the plot, a lot of people just can't survive at all, no matter what we do. I remember you and Shinji, there were something alright, but yeah, apparently a whole lot of people that we could have also at least met. Like, I remember a few of them, quite a few of them, they actually did join up with us, but they just died anyway. and a lot more we just never met because we either just didn't find them or we neglected them. We got 2 Erotica 28 PP photos. I don't even know when that happened, but I guess we got most Brahma and Brutality out of all of these. And 2000 points out of no genre, and well, the sticker. Oh, there were more of those stickers. Never even noticed the one that was in like the places I keep coming back to, so I'm surprised. Special Forces boots have been added to the security room. Overtime mode has been added to the title screen menu. You save game slot and save Frank's status when you begin a new game. You can play with Frank's current status. Alright. I mean, I guess I'm gonna do that right at the end. Looks complex, yeah. Don't know, it does feel like you're not really expected to be able to 100% everything on the same save file, though. Like on the same run. Do have to do multiple runs for that purpose. Oh, so we just going like... You don't actually have to break up the stuff if you do want to keep going at this point. So overtime mode in the Wii version, they integrated overtime into the main game and updated the multiple endings here. I thought that was pretty much all you had to do, just like complete all the cases and just be at the heliport when the time runs out. My understanding is that's pretty much everything you have to do.
You're awake. Oh, thank God. It wasn't easy getting you back here by myself, you know. You collapsed on the roof.
I collapsed? No, Wait. Does that mean...
Yep, I guess that was all real. Not that that's particularly surprising.
You must have gotten yourself infected somehow.
Well, we were just completely, zoning out when surrounded by zombies, so it's not really that surprising.
The time between infection and zombification differs greatly from person to person. You're lucky, Frank. You seem to have a very high level of resistance.
So,
I mean, we were also attacked many times over the course of the game, so...
Is that I get to spend longer waiting for the inevitable, is that it? You know, I'm not sure lucky is the word I'd use. The helicopter crashed. No one's coming to help us now. It's over for us. No matter what we do.
What if there was some way to impede the infection? If we could extract and administer a large dose of hormones from the corpus allatum of an adult queen, it would potentially hinder the growth of the larva in your blood, retarding the zombification process.
Hang on a sec. I don't understand a word you just said. What are we supposed to do?
I'll need certain supplies to get this to work. And queens. As many as you can get your hands on.
Well, I think we have one in our pockets right now.
All right.
That ought to help, surely.
Sounds Sounds like a plan. She'll be sitting around here waiting to die.
Well, that didn't take very long, at least. Snapping him out of that, but it's now... Is that the time, or is that like a new time limit? Because I guess we technically have a time limit for... And now for... 24 hours await adult zombification. Okay, so we get an additional 24 hours for that. But yeah, if we have the same inventory as we did before... okay, never mind, I thought we had a queen, but I guess we don't after all. Not sure what I can do with supplies gathered from them all. What she's saying, so I guess the clarification of what exactly we need to find is not exactly all that great. She said queens though, but I mean the zombies don't seem like they're really around anymore. You know, I feel like I don't really have any memory of these things, but oddly enough, the first thing that I think of when I see these things in this game is not whether or not they were in the Wii game, but rather the fact that they're probably a bit of a not-so-subtle nod to the friggin' little drones that Wesker used in Code Veronica. Which, of course, was another Capcom zombie game, so... Oh shit. Well, I guess these guys are still gonna be hanging around, at least. But yeah, not terribly clear exactly what we're trying to do. Oh, okay, never mind, I guess we do have an actual shopping.
Emergency backup.
I need emergency backup. You need to leave me alone. Vendor, first aid kit, all this stuff. Cold spray, I mean, it's all this stuff marked on the map. A lot of them I can get, okay, they're like, it's all over the place, we have to go. But if we have 24 hours for all these things, surely it wouldn't be that difficult. I mean, if apparently we have to go all the way back to the security room to find some of this stuff. Let's try to go to this store, I guess, to get things started. But also, you know, quickly before I forget, I wanted to actually see if I could talk to you because of the Yakuza 0 Redemption, because of the way that things have moved around, and the fact that some of the stuff that I was playing was, I don't think I'm gonna be able to pick up again soon. Well, namely Chrono Cross, pretty much. That's what I mean by that. Thanks to certain unfortunate circumstances, I will end up picking that up again, but it's probably gonna be a while, but that pretty much also means that I could probably start doing Yakuza 0 probably as early as next week. So it'd probably be nice if I could confirm like when you would be around. That's probably when I would want to do that. As you know, it was sort of redemption. It's a good thing that at least there's a bunch of food here. Oh, got the, I guess, 2 squares of healing from that. It's next week or in 2 weeks, that's alright. Alright. I guess I can get it started sometime next week. I'll probably try to... I'm thinking about it now. Wanted it to be around my birthday, but I guess it'd be nice as a Christmas thing. I mean, if you actually actively wanted me to delay it a little bit more, I can definitely do that. Just have to give me a heads up. Because there's like, aside from this, which I'm probably gonna be finishing up, maybe even right now. Here we go, first aid kit. It's literally the same thing that we had to pick up for an earlier quest. But yeah, aside from this game, which I think, from what I've seen, should probably be beatable now. And, well, I guess the other thing that I have more or less on the side right now, which is going back to Felicia and I guess the Majora's Mask Randomizer, which I pretty much started up again. There is one other game that I would probably want to do this month. But I feel that the way that I'm rushing, certain parts of those out, like I feel like there's one game that I want to do this month, like I said, but the other stuff that I'm doing, like the reset, doesn't have to be completed this month, and Majora's Mask Randomizer doesn't have to be completed this month. So if you wanted me to do Yakuza 0 like soon, I could do that, but if you wanted me to delay, that would be fine too. So where am I going now? I'm going down here, picking up something from... I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for, but... I'm thinking it might be a good idea to, like, take the shortcut here, whatever it is I'm supposed to find here, and take the shortcut over to Paradise Plaza, go back to the security room. Whatever there is to be found there. Probably a good idea to try and figure out exactly what that is. ASAP, I would think. Alright, okay, I'm guessing that whatever we're supposed to find here, it's not gonna be here on this elevation. Is there anything in the tunnels? Hopefully not. It would be kind of obnoxious to have to go there in the... Yeah, doesn't look like there is. But I'm guessing in light of that, I have to go down to that same location but on the ground floor. Jeez, the guys are reacting a little bit faster now, it seems like. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but it kind of feels that way. Here in Wonder Jewels. Do we need anything from the jewelry shop? That would be... Yeah, that seems like it would be a bit facetious, but apparently we do need the magnifying glass. But... what now? I actually think it'd be quite fitting to do it around that day, since Yakuza 0 is set around Christmas, as all Yakuza games are apparently. Yeah. Well, I can give it a go. Like, so I can try to figure out exactly what I will do, because I feel like, I think tomorrow we're gonna try to do like a co-op stream, so it's gonna be more or less unrelated to the stuff that I've set up by myself, but I'll probably also, if we do that, probably try to do another stream by myself on Friday. And that would probably do more of the Majora's Mask Randomizer, but if I do that, and also assuming that, you know, I actually do manage to finish this game today. Oh shit. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought I had a close encounter with a drone in the previous area, but it didn't seem like it did anything, but I guess that's what happens when they actually do detect you. Probably also summon the rest of those guys to come and fight you, so... But yeah, I'll probably be doing some Majora's Mask Randomizer if I did, yeah, stream by myself Friday. But after that, I'm assuming that I don't have this game anymore to go back to next week. I would probably do like one more thing of Theresia, and maybe actually try to do the game that I had in mind, which is, well, I guess I can just say it, it's Miserna Falls. It's like one of the last games made by Human Entertainment who did the Clock Tower series and a few other interesting things. And it's actually pretty significant in that it's a precursor to stuff like Shenmue and Deadly Premonition. It's like that weird open world adventure kind of game. That's also more than a little inspired by Twin Peaks, just like Deadly Premonition is actually. Actually, having played both of those games, it does feel like Miserna Falls was a big inspiration for Deadly Premonition in a lot of different concrete ways that are kind of difficult to figure out unless you've actually had, well, you've actually played both of those. But it's also a pretty short game, so I think I could probably maybe finish in with a couple of streams. I'm not 100% sure on that, but maybe what I could do, I'm thinking right now next week would be like one stream of... thanks for actually picking up one of the blenders here. Maybe do one stream of the Risha, maybe do a couple streams of Discerner Falls in which I actually try to finish that game. And maybe do one stream of Yakuza 0, like in the middle. It seems like that would be manageable. But where am I going in this game? Thinking I don't really need to go through Alfresca Plaza. I could just go do the shortcut first. Rather than go through the other plaza, and rather than go through the park in the middle. Oh shit, already. Yeah, the fact that they attack you and they also summon like other foes in the area to come after you definitely reminds me a lot of the freaking drones from Code Veronica. I believe that's definitely another game that I've... Well, it hasn't been quite as long since I played that game as it has been since I played the Wii version of this game. But because I've only played through that game once, I guess that's at least something that I've played less of in a percentile point of view. Where the fuck am I going? I actually don't know where this goes. I guess we can find out though. Okay, where are we now? We are in North Plaza. I don't think we want to go to North Plaza again though. Really gonna let us go all the way over to Paradise Plaza, I don't think. Never knew about this passageway though. So I think this guy's gonna see me, but at least I'm about to go out of sight. But if he tries to follow me in here, surely he will go like, oh, where did he go? Where are we going now? Oh, whatever we're looking for right now is actually right on top of me. Cold spray. Also creams. Pretty sure she said was oh, okay. Not sure if that would work, but that's a good thing. Oh shit. Oh, it's right here. I mean, they probably were attracted by the whole drone situation. Oh, also the lights just went out immediately. It didn't quite happen like that before, I don't think. Alright, where are we going next? Is there any more food that I can grab from here? I don't think there is. I'll just have to make do now. So I grabbed the cold spray from here. There's apparently one more thing that we can find here in Paradise Plaza, maybe, and on the rooftop. I'm guessing not at the rooftop, probably like right here. Let's see if I can figure out exactly where it is. Is it gonna be... Is it the coffee filters? No, apparently the coffee filters are in the... Well, I'm guessing they're up here in the friggin... I'm not sure if they are in the security room or if they're in like the upstairs area. Maybe we should go to the entrance plaza first. But yeah, it's not the coffee filters. Is it the camp stove? It's not the camp stove. Is it the developing solution? So you gotta be in that photo store that we were technically able to use like from the beginning of the game. It's right next to this this passageway. I don't know how the developing solution is going to help us cure zombification, but... Well, I'm clearly not the expert here. Alright, let's find the rest of this stuff. Actually, what happens if we pick the coffee filters? Is it gonna... No, I guess that thing is gonna be in the security room after all. If it's pointing me to go in this direction, oh shit. I mean, surely the elevator is gonna be full of these guys now as long as they're gone.
Requesting emergency backup.
Oh, there's more. It'll actually be kind of funny, but also terrible because we would just die. Also kind of sad that at a pretty early point in the game, it's like probably after the first 24 hours, you no longer can get any good healing items from this area. Or any healing items at all, for that matter, I don't think. No more free coffee creamer from going over there. Crowded is this room going to be? Apparently more than a little bit crowded. I think I'm gonna wait for these guys to me. Try to be a little bit conservative with damage them. It'll actually be problematic if they just keep on going up. To pop one of these, wow. Actually, I'm kind of in trouble here. If we keep on fighting them like this, I guess at least that means that we're gonna keep getting levels. But if it's a bit of a trickle at this point. Yeah, where are we going now? I think the place that we have left to check out now is in the entrance plaza. Other places. Oh shit.
Wait.
Oh. Alright, how do I put this down for just a moment so that I can... There we go. But yeah, probably gonna need to figure out exactly where we have to go now. It is apparently this way. Camp Slove. Stoves? I imagine that that says stove and not slove, even though it looks more like an L in that font. Mostly because Camp Stove is a combination of words that makes perfect sense, and I have no idea what a slove is. Oh, we actually have to go down from here, so I guess maybe we're not in the correct elevation for this place. Get away. I won't let you get away. We need to get over here. Get here in this sporting goods place. I guess that would also make sense for some degree of sense. It's not quite the same as a camping goods store though, isn't it? Oh crap. Yeah, I don't... Sporting goods and camping goods are quite at the same wheelhouse though, are they? I hear someone in this store. See, let's look out. I don't know what he's talking about. See, there. We might actually have to go upstairs for this other item. Be some elevation of the arrow. Which would suggest that we more or less did this in wrong order. Oh well. Yeah, I was here at the beginning, so... Could have come over here first, but I suppose I didn't. Right, we got everything. Still don't have any of those queens that What's-her-face told us to look for because the zombies aren't around anymore. Not sure how we're gonna procure them in light of that, but... Oh, well, I leveled up so I don't have to worry too much about healing at this point. We got a new skill. Neck twist skill, whatever that is. Like the skills are the most underwhelming thing that we can find at this point, given that we're just relying on the chains over pretty much everything. But now what are we doing? We just bring those back to her, I guess. Alright, hold on. Most efficient way of doing that would be to turn around. Go to the right when facing the stairs. And take the shortcut, I think. So would it be more efficient to take the shortcut, or... No. Would it be? I guess we're gonna have to go out to the park anyway. Instead of taking the shortcut, actually... We'll go out to the park for a moment, and... I guess just try to find our way out to the North Plaza from there. Oh shit.
I've located a survivor.
Don't mind me, fellas. There's clearly no reason to raise a fuss over my presence. They're also, you know, quite slow. Oh, there are actually some zombies outside. Alright, I guess this is how we're gonna get the queens. The helicopter gun. It's probably actually bad, or not bad news, good news. Some things are a little bit more familiar than they used to be. Yeah. Do we even have any open space in the inventory right now? I hope we do. I mean, right now I'm just killing as many of these guys as possible, just in hopes that at least one queen will spawn out. Apparently having no luck there. Oh. Well, it's smacked once. And I'm not finding a single one of these bugs. So I'm trying to kill all the ones in the pool, and if that doesn't spawn any of them, you saw them. That doesn't spawn any bugs, and sure then we're gonna be well. Here's one. Well, I got one, which is pretty much the only one that I can carry around right now. Guess that's gonna have to do for now. Bring this back. We will take this to What's-her-face in the hideout. I guess just see where we go from there. Guess we could try to get one more, just in light of the fact that I have a bag of chips as one of the inventory items. Well, just for the sake of having like just one extra healing item on hand. Let's just take one and see what happens. I get the feeling that we're gonna need a set amount anyway. With my very faint memory of how this is probably gonna turn out to be, it's any indication. Oh, shoot. No, actually don't shoot. Better for me. Says right. So I think I already passed the passageway. It's this one here. It's a little inconspicuous if you're coming from that direction. Oh, there's all that stuff just spawned on the table immediately. So what happens now?
So, this drug that stops the parasite growth... Have you ever made it before, or is it just a theory?
When I was working in the medical lab, my brother asked me to research a method of suppressing the parasite. Of course, back then, we didn't extract the hormones directly. We synthesized them in the lab.
So, he was looking to protect himself from his own terrorist scheme. He wanted a way out, is that it?
I don't know. I know he didn't bring the drug with him here. I have no idea what he intended to use it for. You think I'm just making excuses, but Carlito kept things from me.
Even if this, even if you do manage to make this drug, it won't completely cure me, will it?
I'm afraid not. When the effect wears off, the parasite will develop as it normally would, continuing the zombification process.
Fat lot of good that does me. Well, it's the only hope I've got now.
I mean, if it's a parasite, surely it could be surgically extracted or something, no? I would think so. Unless it's one of those parasites that acts like fucking guilty in trauma center or something.
Now all we need are some queens.
Yeah,
Well, I have one.
listen. Just how long do you suppose your drug will prevent me from turning into a walking corpse?
During my research, I was never able to conduct proper clinical studies. To a certain extent, the period of effectiveness depends on each patient's physiology. It could be a year, maybe only a week. There's no way to tell for sure.
Fantastic. So, I'll be a walking zombie time bomb.
A time bomb?
What?
Once the drug's development was complete, Carlito poured his energy into starting an NPO dedicated to helping war orphans. We had 50 doses of the drug prepared. Not long after that, the NPO managed to find homes for a large group of children. Want to guess just how many?
Oh my God. Are you saying he infected these kids and then gave them your drug? That he made 50 little ticking time bombs?
I don't know. I just don't know. It is possible, though.
Look at this. New York, DC, LA, these kids are spread all over the country. If your theory is right, the entire country could be crawling with zombies by now. Shit, I don't know what's worse. That we don't know for sure, that we can't warn anyone about this.
Well, what we need to do right now is prepare the hormone and get you taken care of.
Yeah, a bit of a bomb right there. 10 power waves in one. Generator's broken down, I can't work without power. Has to be a backup generator somewhere. Was using the clock tower for storage, maybe he left one there. The clock tower being the one in the park. How are you up to? It seems like a bit of a moot point too. Moot question to us, given that we don't really have a choice at this point. And yeah, well, I did remember at least that detail of the plot is something that gets revealed quite close to the end, but I'm not sure exactly how many things are gonna happen during the overtime mode. I'm not mistaken though, the clock tower, yeah. Probably it's gonna turn out to be that clock tower structure that's in the middle of the park, like I thought. It's ironically pretty peaceful when it's just the zombies out here without the helicopter or the convicts or anything like that. It does feel like it's a bit more serene. Should probably also try to save soon, since I haven't really done that in a while. At least some kind of an opportunity to do that in North Plaza too. Would be kinda nice if we could save in that hideout, but guess not. Nope. I guess since a way to this place was kind of left wide open, wouldn't be that surprising.
Damn it. Even if this thing leads out of here, I doubt these zombies would just let us walk right through.
So what are we doing? This is still a thing. I can examine this. Oh, the generator is in the... Oh shit, what? Okay, no, that apparently the helicopter is actually out here after all. Just didn't decide to show its face until now. I'll eat some cookies and some potato chips and whatever the small cookies. There's gotta be something that's gonna provide me a little bit of comfort, if you will, in light of the fact that that thing is still a thing that I have to deal with. Well, at least it took care of one of the zombies that was kind of in my way. It was at least a little bit of consideration. Let's grab another one of these. Guess we need more of these, so if it's something that's just placed right in front of me like that, might as well take advantage of that. So we found the generator, and we have 2 queens on hand. Okay, this guy. Coming over here, but what I was actually trying to confirm is that we haven't gone past this point yet. Actually, hold on. Before I go any further, I should probably try to figure out if I can. Okay, so I can save, but I do have to go a little bit farther in that direction. I'll try to do that now. I am not waiting. You're the call of nature. Why do you suppose that I'm heading in this direction? oughtn't wait. It wouldn't be very healthy. These kinds of things cannot be put off. Surely you agree? All time to battle a different slot, I guess. Gotta be this one. Completely lost track of where I was. Oh, here they are. Just decided to stop back there for some reason. Of all places where they could have stopped. That was pretty well angled, at least. Find the hunting shack inside. Outside could be read as a bit of a metaphorical description for the place that we actually do keep going back to. We're hunting something. Maybe like in that Microbe Hunter book. Hey, guess what I brought? The old goes as planned. They should have just about all the equipment that I need now. There's about all the queens that I can get started. Alright, well, I have to give them to her. There's one. One's not enough, I need at least 10. I can't extract enough horrible otherwise. Oh boy. 10 seems like a bit of a chore, but at least we got something of a head start. 2. This still isn't enough. Bring me more queens. So I need 8 queens. We even have, like, how much room do we have? We have 2 for 2. We have 2. We have room for 2 at a time in our current state. Oh. I guess now the zombies are back. Back in the indoor areas, does that mean that the special forces guys are gonna take a break from their their usual escapades? Or are they gonna still be right around the corner and this is just a bit of an anomaly? I think I can hear them shooting, so yeah, I guess they're still gonna be around. Nope. Well, I guess I'll see if I can find one more queen in this area before I just head back up the box ladder. Oh shit, what? Okay, you over there, just how much fun. How's it going? Nice night we're having. Oh shoot. It does kind of seem like the blood spray sound effect is something kind of confusing for the sound effect when a queen actually comes out, but nothing like that. Can you at least aim for the zombies? That would be something that I would kind of get behind, but you're not being very cooperative there. I have to finally go ahead and shot one of these. There. I guess I have room for one more, but I don't even know if I'm going to be finding 2 at level 3 this rate. I'm definitely going to try. At this rate, I think I might be better off hunting near the supermarkets. Because at least there are going to be some healing items over there. Even though I went very much back into its actual field of view. I thought I also... okay, never mind. See, I thought I also heard the, someone firing a machine gun, but I thought it was coming from a different direction. Oh. Finding a second queen just from this screen. It's a little bizarre. A little unexpected. I guess we'll just head straight into here. And there are gonna be more zombies inside. Now apparently this place is completely devoid of people except for these fuckers. Of which I see more in the back, so... Oh shit.
Requesting emergency backup.
What are they doing? To be a little bit confused, but hey, whatever, I guess. I mean, I guess this whole shebang means that we're gonna end up not actually leveling up more. Guess I'm gonna head right back into the entrance to the hideout. See the zombies that are gathering around there are gonna grab any more queens because they did seem to be like the only place where I was able to find one in this area so far. Seem like I've also opened up an opportunity for a bunch of these guys to just gather around me at the same time though. The freaking drone has just been following me the entire time. Actually never gave up, it certainly could. Certainly could and so it could. The most efficient way of trying to find more queens is going to be to just find this one group of zombies around the outside of the hunting store. Which didn't even drop anything this time. Oh shit, really? I mean, this looks like this small group of zombies over here spawned out of nowhere, so surely they're gonna be able to drop something, no? Oh, here's one. I don't know, going back and forth here does seem like it's somehow gonna be the most efficient way of doing this. I've given her 4 for these 2. Well, it's dangerous out there, but you have to go back. I managed to extract a bit of the hormone I need. Now it's just a matter of getting enough of it together. Okay, I guess it just means that, nope, you're not done. You still have to keep grinding these things. To keep at it. Well, at least I'm about to level up, so I shouldn't have to, like, look for a healing item immediately, I don't think. Matter of finding enough of those sword guys to finally push the experience bar over the edge there. I can get a free health refill. question is, how easy is it gonna get to, to actually get the tab in the game? There's a couple of these guys, so should we really get out? Should we really get out and not end up with me dead? Okay, here we go. What's the bonus here for level 40? Speed up. Well, speed increased to 3 for all the different sets. It doesn't really feel like it makes nearly enough of a difference as the, I guess the implicit one. Oh, here's a, hold on. We need this, we do this, but we weren't able to pick it up. If I keep on hanging around the entrance exit to the hideout, I get one of those groups of zombies to spawn. Oh, I am not dealing with that. Apparently I kind of can, but apparently also seems like we don't drop anything. They're still being kind of stubborn in that regard. They're dropping a knife, but that's not what I'm after right now. After something a little bit different. You know, I think I might also try something a little bit different. What if I go out to the park? I usually like cluster in groups around the doors, I think. It seems to me that maybe, just maybe a group like that gives me a slightly better expectation of, you know, large enough to spawn a queen, maybe. At least that's how I would expect it to work, just based on the way that the game mechanics explain themselves. Doesn't seem to be all that effective here. Just killing them left and right, and the queens spawn very infrequently at this point. Still need 3 more pairs to get to the number. Oh no. Well, apparently I can't really do anything in the park after all, because the helicopter has shown back up, and now all of those fellas are dead. I'm pretty sure the queens won't actually spawn unless they're freshly dead. So yeah. It's kind of counterintuitive, that kind of seems like the most efficient way of trying to go about this, to just run back and forth between the two ends of the tunnel that the thing is on, or maybe this, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that the queen spawned in this exact same location before. Maybe I could exploit that. Maybe that's like an actual thing that I can try to... Let me give it a try, but for now I'm gonna go through this place one more time. Wait. Another one of them spawned. Yes, they did. Okay. We have 3 more now, and I think we have 7 now. Let's say that she wanted 10. I mean, it's not really much of a point to killing more zombies at this point, since we can't carry anymore. Let's go right back up. And hope that the RNG continues to be somewhat favorable. Let's give all these away and see what happens. Take another 5 queens to give me another hormone I'm after. Well, yeah. It seems like she's gonna need only 10, not any more than 10. She's going pretty smoothly now, Frank. Just need 3 more after this one. If you're not mistaken, we can't actually save here, can we? The proper research, I should be able to make a sort of anti-zombie vaccine. There's hope if we can make it out of here. Don't know. Yeah, I guess we can't actually save up here. This would be an... Okay, never mind, maybe we can. Didn't realize that this would be the place to, like, sleep. Just gonna sleep with my freaking... my chainsaw in my hand. It'll make a great pillow. can we find 3 more of those? That is becoming like more of a chore than it kind of already has been. That would be ideal. Oh, here's one. I'm gonna go immediately to the one. Oh, hold on. I guess wait around the corner. I will do some corner camping like Wolfenstein. Seems like the appropriate way to deal with enemies with machine guns, just like in Wolfenstein. This corner right here seemed to be like a pretty good place to get a queen drop before, but I guess never mind. That's unfortunate. Where's the guy that always shows up here in this shop? There he is, but this time he's not getting out from behind the counter. Oh dear. I mean, at least the last handful of drones that I've been detected by have apparently all been flying low enough to the ground, but I just need to take a quick side of them to deal with that. That whole nonsense. Okay, it sure would be nice if I was able to get at least one more queen into the area. But even if I can't, I guess I could try that, figure out that exploit that I thought might exist, actually exists. I'll try to keep going back to one specific location to see if a queen will spawn there. If it didn't work this time. These guys are also not being very cooperative. You would think that groups like that would, you know, reliably spawn a queen, but I guess not. What about a group like this? I was looking it's a bit more, a bit better populated. Not even so, didn't work with me, it seems. Alright, I guess I'll try now. Let's kill everyone on the way, but also go back out here to the pub. Never mind. Hello. We just need one more. And, oh, you know, there it is. Guess I don't need to go back out to the party after all to, like, reset this room. I just decided to show up in a much less densely populated group of zombies. And 2 at a time, even. It really makes me wonder exactly how the spawning algorithm for those things is actually handled in this game. Doesn't seem terribly consistent. Okay, I guess we have won the war against the RNG drops. Let's see exactly what that's gonna lead to now. Here's another one. Just a little more, soon we'll have all the hormone we need. We can bring back two more queens. Don't pretend that it's gonna be any more than that. Just one more will do it. There we go. Just one last specimen, which surely won't be an issue. That we have it right here with these, you know, endlessly occurring jars that we can just procure from nothing.
You're gonna inject me with that, huh? Okay, Doc. Let's get this over with. At least I won't have to worry about turning into one of them for a while. Okay. Next on the agenda. Figure out a way to get the hell out of here.
Well, we kind of found a way, maybe, while we
While I
were on
was
this
isolating the hormone,
little
I
quest.
managed to identify a pheromone that suppresses the attack instinct in adult parasites. In other words, the zombies don't like the way it smells. If you give me a little more time, I should be able to produce some of this pheromone.
They think it smells bad? You think we could use something like that to keep them away from us? We could just walk right past them and get out of here.
In theory, yes. Either way, it's certainly better than nothing.
There was a cave. Outside, where the helicopter crashed. It was packed with zombies, I mean shoulder to shoulder. But it may lead somewhere outside. If it works, your anti-zombie perfume, it could keep us safe in that cave.
I mean,
What do you say? You ready to get the hell out of here?
what about the parking garage? Like, would that necessarily have to also lead somewhere outside? I feel like that's never really addressed.
Wasted on experiments. We'll only have enough to use it once.
Unless, of course, we, go and want more queens, which we've, I guess, probably proven that we're pretty much able to do anyway, so. But I suppose we're definitely going with this plan. And we're doing it immediately.
Where on earth could this lead?
I suppose there is no time to waste
I don't know.
anyway.
But considering how many of them keep pouring out of here, it must be connected to something. Isabella, look. Any other way out of here is guarded by the military. If we're gonna get out of here and put a stop to Carlito's plan, we've got to go in there. It's the only way. It's not like we're unarmed. We got your smelly perfume, don't we? I wouldn't be alive right now if your shot hadn't worked. The perfume's gonna work too. I know it.
I mean, also, she told you herself that apparently the infection period for different people is just completely unpredictable.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nope, I guess we're going. This Final Fantasy Distant Worlds brand zombie repellent. I guess we are doing it right now. Oh, we're also gonna save. Okay, hold on. There seems to be a bit of a problem here. I'm not sure exactly what just happened, but takes a bit to save the key right now. Because the controller that I was using apparently decided to stop working all of a sudden. This seems very unfortunate. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna save. She'll do this with the keyboard right now, but... Okay, please stand by for a moment. Technical difficulties occurring. I'm gonna have to just very quickly switch. Please read this cable actually. Okay, I think that did it. Need to take this out again and do this again so that I can get it to connect wirelessly, and it'll be more reliable that way. Okay, there we go. We're in business. I can go. Now I guess see this literally doesn't matter what we do. We're like invincible to the zombies right now because we have the smell. Oh, no, I don't think we are invincible to the zombies, but I think she's invincible to the zombies. So if she's like right next to us, we can actually not get hit, but oh, I guess yeah, we walk like this. Knock them out with our anti-zombies now, but where are we going like that? Seems like there's something to do over there. Way too familiar with that sound, yeah. Maybe something that you can say with considerable confidence. Oh shit, hold on, where's my weapon with this? I can say with considerable confidence you can something like Windows 10 or any version of that for a amount of time. Let's walk past the emerging zombie cloud and hopefully not. Not be burdened with stuff like those chunks of meat. It's pretty weird, I gotta be honest. I feel like it's going to be more reliable to go through these hollow, narrow sections. Not quite the same as hollow. Almost kind of the opposite of hollow. Really the opposite of hollow, too. Oh, jeez. Still really heard of this. I hope that we're able to get some kind of heals after this, because this seems like it's so heavy. But I'm not use the queen here, this is actually a place to use it. There we go. I feel like we're gonna be in a situation after we get through this, these rooms where we need a little bit of extra help. And when that happens, I think I'm actually gonna be quite glad that I got those red potions with me. At least if they work in the way that I think they do. She's a little straight up invisible right now. It feels like maybe she is. Yes. She just shoved me by accident. And I can probably come over here. Seems to be the way out. Or at least the way into the next area. Even if this many zombies is going to be doable with the weapons that we've been using. Well, not really the weapons, but just the weapon that I've been using so far. Sure. It served me quite well up until now.
Come on!
It seems comically hopeless. But we're gonna have to get through this one. Just oh jeez. If you do hold hands, is the perfume even still working the same? It feels like probably some of the effects that it has are probably not even working like the same intensity that it did before. It's actually safer to rely on the chainsaw right now. Also do this. There are at least a good chunk of these guys without having to put myself at risk. I don't actually have anything to like raise my health with. I have this. I guess I'm gonna try popping one of these now and see what it does. Oh, okay. I'm untouchable. Am I actually untouchable? Hold on. I think I straight up turn off my attacks. I can't be worse than doing it when you realize that thing would heal me as well. I hope that it needs more damage, which is that it can't be hurt while it's active. There we go. Oh, come on. Come on, go on. Take us all, try to start clearing the... Oh, there's another stretch of tunnel, so I have no idea how long this is going to go on for, but... I have to assume not all that much. Not an absurd amount, surely. Untouchable touch, why not? So I just want to use it as I can, let's see what. Okay, now it's one else. So I guess maybe now they're gonna actually try to start attacking me again. Speaking of untouchable, the recent state of Isabella's health bar does seem like she's been untouchable this entire time. Like she hasn't lost any health at all as long as we came down here. Even though she's been running through the zombies herself as well, and also she's got a point where I've already licked her with a chainsaw quite a few times myself too. The time that we've spent down here. Alright, I guess we're just gonna keep going. This section was shorter in the Wii version too. Yeah, I feel like that would be too far into the game for me to be able to concretely remember that, but it would not surprise me either.
Are you
Pretty
sure
this
this
is
is a good idea?
almost right up to the end though.
Guards here, too. If we can get that gate open, they'll be too busy dealing with zombies to notice us slip by.
Wait. The pheromone is starting to wear off.
I'm pretty sure it's...
Strong enough to cover one of us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the case a while ago.
Alright, hang on tight, okay? Once we're out, let's see if we can't steal ourselves that set of wheels.
Do this in a very discreet fashion. Oh boy.
Right.
I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and change the slots just one more time. Change it to this one, I guess. Alright, here we go. I mean, are you sure that it's gonna be effective, though, shit? Even when we're doing this. This would have been a lot more efficient to do even before we got to this point, I think. As it was hardly covering both of us in the later parts of that run-up. Wasn't really able to rely on the pheromone itself at all, I don't think. Who's trying to get away? I don't think the zombies are gonna try to get away. I think the zombies are probably gonna resort to precisely the opposite tactic of that. At this point. I'm just gonna come over here just because I wanna see what's in this direction. Probably not much of anything. At least some great set we can't actually open. No. Maybe this one opens. Oh, hello. I'll grab a little bit extra rough for myself. That's horrible, motherfucker. Hold on. What? Never mind, I guess we're eating that apple immediately too. Sure. I'm just gonna be hoping that there aren't any more zombies that, or not zombies, the opposite of that. Special force. I have to deal with them. Wait till this thing. Apparently there are not, but even so. We're gonna put it down, but it's gonna be safe for me to also deal with this thing. There we go. Also, hey Redbird, what's going on? Omega G sub, nice. I gotta be honest, from this end part of the game, I only remember one particular sequence, which I'm pretty sure is the actual final boss fight, and I don't have any particularly clear memory of anything too concrete leading up to that, but... Okay, so maybe I very, very faintly remember this. I like this. I can't remember which one is what. That not all parts of this tentative target are actually going to be vulnerable based on how the helicopter is moving so far. Gotta be moving to these actually glowing lights. Maybe that thing. Turrets. Maybe that's also cannibal level. I don't know. Those seem like I got hit by that at least once. So. I wonder if we can stop that thing from actually attacking the hit consistently, or if it's just like an endurance round, like which means two parties when you die first. Oh shit. Yeah, this does seem like the kind of thing, that kind of ridiculous rail shooter type of thing that would be right at home in a Wii version, but I don't remember if this did happen there. A real shooter type of thing, that's pretty much exactly what this is. There's no like way around it. Oh jeez, it's rolling. Like how's it dead almost, even though I'm not sure that wasn't Sega, that wasn't Capcom. I don't know if Capcom was like particularly renowned for any actual rail shooter type game, but so you just kind of have to get lucky every once in a while, just so you can avoid trying to get shot by those, you know, the turret things from the main gun. Oh, it's less good lucky. Or actually, jeez. It's less get lucky and actually distracted by what the fuck. Speaking of ridiculous rail shooter type mechanics. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that platform almost, but we also seem to have some pretty good defense for this part, as far as defense in the sense of our ability to not take loads of damage from any hits that we actually need. I should see that one coming up. It does seem like the main thing of actually doing damage to the tank, the main way of actually doing damage to the tank is not getting focusing on the rights. Flame with the rights. Yeah, come on, surely we can do it. This close. It has like a completely infinite amount of drones that it can move out, and also these specials. I was able to do those turns very efficiently, but it's alright. Let's see what happens now.
These automated machines are no use at all on the battlefield. Switch to manual control.
Apparently the automated machines were doing just fine until just a moment ago. Just a matter of different tactics, surely.
Aim main cannon.
Oh, shit.
Well, what have we here? Where were you hiding when my men mopped up the mall? on a mission in which the number of targets is unclear, it's difficult to ensure absolute thoroughness. Huh. You have imagination. That's what drives you in your quest to run. Your quest to hide. As prey, you and your kind are much more stubborn than the zombies.
How much do you know about the zombies?
I commanded the Santa Cabeza cleanup operation. If we had fulfilled our mission then, we wouldn't be needed here now to take care of this incident.
That's all it was to you, huh? A mission. What about those innocent people who had to pay for sins committed by our government
Our
and its
mistakes
inhuman
have
research?
not begun with this operation. Humanity has proven itself to be quite adept at making mistakes. Ha! Hell, it's the only thing we truly excel at. Well then, I'd say this mission isn't quite over yet. Don't you agree?
It took this boy some minute to get here, but... Oh dear. I think this is it. I vaguely recall this like any kind of CQC being handled pretty differently in the... Well, I don't have any items or anything.
Time to stop holding back.
I guess so. Oh, there he goes. I don't think he's actually gonna stay down there for very long though. He's quite healthy. But I can't stay down here for very long either, surely. Oh, there's Isabella. I guess he's in a very similar situation. Actually not sure at all how this is gonna go in this, because I do really remember this being like almost like a QT kind of based battle in the other version. I'm thinking it's just gonna be a little bit different here. I sure hope that it doesn't, you know, turn out that I only have one shot at this though. That fuck up here to the whole tank section because it could be not great, especially considering how badly this is going so far. Oh, there we go. Seem like I've done a whole lot of damage to him that am I trying to like just knock him off? It doesn't really seem like that works all that great either. Okay, so it seems like I somehow have to get him like in a state when he's not actually defending himself and then do that, but can I do that? I feel like at this point I'm really gonna be regretting the fact that I didn't study any of these skills all that much. Status. Shall I look at my skills again? Go for double there, get all this stuff. There's X and A, there's just a straight window of opening to hit him. From behind, zombie, standing at a zombie's side. One wall kick. Every single time that I read the words wall kick, I'm reminded of a very specific thing, which it's probably not the only one when that happens, but pressing hold. hold and press X. Maybe try that one. Yeah, this. God. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that again after I've just done that though. Nope. Jeez. Wait, he's definitely got a lot more. He's definitely got me beat as far as opportunities taken to actually land it. I'm not sure how that's going to, what's that going to be for me at this point. Maybe if I get behind him. Yeah. I seem to always just covering space like that. That also seems like it's a Dark Souls kind of thing. Yeah. I feel like I could use some of that red juice at this point. If I actually have that available. It seems like I've only been able to hit him a couple times. I guess you'll need to hit him a few times too now. Oh shit. Maybe this is a trigger that you can kind of try to rely on. Here's the height difference. I've used the height difference, but he can use that too. So maybe I don't know. I'm just like should have been playing super carefully from the beginning, but I'm still not sure what if anything's gonna happen when I know I'm totally out of hell here. Which I'm surprised hasn't happened yet. I would be surprised if it can't happen, but I got the question in spite or in light of like what the assumed obvious consequence would be. That happened. There we go. I just still logging into that place where you can just like scratch damage him to death, kind of. If I can make use of this, honestly. Okay, this is how it's gonna have to be then. Might as well just go with it. Okay, you know what? I will take that. In light of my complete confusion as to how else to deal with that situation. But I think that might also be GG, you know, ironically enough. I feel like that's the pretty good encapsulation of how a lot of this game works. The way to really GG the game is to figure out how to, like the just right course of action to be able to excel in spite of the very antagonistic situations that you're faced with. But yeah, I feel like I definitely remember that fight in the Wii version being more like a series of QTE counters or what have you. Oh, whoops, yeah. Actually, I'm muted. I'm not sure how long I've been muted for that time, but... Well, basically what I've said in the past 20 seconds or so is, I guess this time I'll actually make the credits play out in full, see how that goes. If I try to do that since I believe that is the actual ending here. I've apparently gotten the... gotten the true ending. It says infinite is marked as infinite mode in the Steam achievements. And apparently an achievement for getting the true ending without being knocked out, which seems bizarre how that's apparently not among the achievements that I guess would be marked as rare for this game. I'm a little surprised at that. This time I also feel justified in letting the credits play out. Justified in making that assumption, but yeah. I guess if I go through this, the achievements that I received on this date in particular as a summary. There's apparently an achievement for defeating at least 10 Special Forces people, even though it doesn't seem that difficult to, what can I call it, to deal with that as long as you've got a decent weapon and as long as you've got some little healing on the side to fall back onto. Assuming that you have to do that a little bit early without having to rely on the healing from going from, well, from leveling up, from going to one from a level to another. Apparently managed to run or cover a distance of 26.2 miles. I don't know if that is like combined between walking and driving around, or if it's just from walking. There's 3 days survivor, there's overtime mode. There's lifesaver, which is apparently getting at least 100 survivors out. There's humanist, which is getting at least 10 survivors out. And for some reason apparently humanist is a more common achievement to have gotten than overtime. Which, I don't know, seems kind of surprising to me, considering how, at least from my perspective, it seems that just trying to focus on the story cases and fulfilling that all the way through to the end probably would be a little bit simpler than going after as many survivors as possible. But I don't know. I haven't looked at enough of the achievements that exist in this game that to try and figure out if like what the intended thing would be regarding how many runs you're supposed to do to be able to like eventually get each survivor at least once and do all that stuff. I mean, I evidently missed quite a bunch of stuff, including the, I guess, the Kant boss fight, because I completely neglected the photography for the most part, even though I still got a chunk of points out of that. I don't know if I would necessarily call it a decent chunk of points in comparison to like all the other points that I got from other stuff, but it was not nothing, I guess I can put it that way. And I used to do all that story missions in time, no need for survival, so sometimes a survival requirement. I don't know, I thought that was just like go after the story stuff, and it's not necessarily something that's gonna have to have any more specific requirements, and apparently that is in fact what it was. Mega Man boots have been added to the security room. Overtime mode is in the title screen menu. Infinite mode has been added to the title screen menu. Oh, that's why the freaking... Okay, apparently the true ending is what unlocks infinite mode, and that's why that achievement is called infinite mode. It was caused a furor throughout the whole world, leading the US government to admit at least partial culpability in the livestock research program. However, no connection to the Willamette incident was acknowledged, and the events that occurred there were deemed the work of a fringe terrorist group. People off-world, as could be expected from the modern culture of news saturation, wink, soon let the Willamette incident fade from their minds. Authenticity of Carlito's chilling plan to utilize the orphans as his pawns has yet to be confirmed or proven false. I guess that implies that nothing happened immediately, and yet he complained that his belly was not full. Nothing had happened that could be linked to that inextricably at the time that Frank would have actually been able to report on what happened. But I guess we can also save this, and yeah, I guess we'll save over the last one of these that we did. It would have been this one or this one. No, 2156. 28. So wait, it would be this one, I think. And we have yet another improved stats slot that we can potentially make use of when starting a new game mode, which I don't think I'll be doing anytime soon, but you know, that possibility is always left open, as I always like to say. I think I only had like 3.5 million points at the end or something. Not quite up to, you know, that very specific number that so many people near the top seem to have, and by so many I mean precisely 3. Because if I start the game, it'll, oh, yeah, it shows me all the mode immediately. 32-hour mode, overtime mode, and infinite mode, or I guess in 72-hour mode. Oh no, never mind. Game, I messed up. I thought that was gonna give me an option to load, but apparently not. It just throws you straight into a thing. I guess you can also just skip that whole part at the beginning where you can start to take pictures. And just go straight into the part where you've already landed. Slot number 1, oh that would be why, because this is like the clear one. Go into slot number 2 for example, it probably is gonna let you load. Yeah, continue. But I guess I'm gonna keep it on slot number 1. That would be the one that I would pretty much... Yeah, it shows the points right there, it's like 3.25 million points. Would let you go from there and use that as the base for like starting a new game, which... like I'm pretty sure there's a... like I said, a chunk of stuff, like a few bosses and a few survivor stuff. So I don't know, I guess if I ever feel the itch, I could go back. And I guess, well, now that I've actually properly replayed this version, well, basically replayed, I guess just replay the game in general and play through this version for the first time. So quite a few interesting things that I hadn't quite experienced firsthand about it, because I had only played through the Wii version before, and I can actually maybe check out the sequels at some point too. So I'm pretty sure that I've been curious about those for quite a while, like pretty much immediately after I noticed that they existed. But yeah, I suppose as you might have expected, or you might have something. Not sure what words I'm saying. I feel like I'm feeling a little bit loopy already, even though I don't feel as sleepy right now as I did around this time on previous days, even though my body still felt like it wanted to force me to trick me into thinking that I was in need of a nap, like at the time that I've been trying to start these for the past few days, and that will probably extend to tomorrow if we do a co-op stream. I don't know, the human body and the human brain are very, very strange things. They are fraught with impatience. Oh yeah, I forgot this is gonna be like considerably louder than the other stuff that I have on. Good, keep that in mind. Not super louder, but noticeably louder. Bring that back down real quick. But yeah, that's gonna be Dead Rising. Glad that I was able to revisit that game and finally experience the, I guess what you could call the quote-unquote proper version. And all that good stuff. Which I might check out again sometime, but there's just like so many things that I might try and go through, not just in the near future, but in the somewhat short-term near future as well. Early next year. But I guess I'll just take it as I go, but for now I think I'm just gonna close out the stream for now. Real quick, and like I said, like I may have mentioned... Oh, whoopsie. I'm gonna bonk the microphone stand against its very finicky place that it rests in, pretty much, for just a moment. And I'm also going to just quickly once again mention the things that I may have talked about, which are that tomorrow I guess we're gonna try to see if we can come up with a co-op stream, which we haven't been able to do for a while, thanks to scheduling conflicts on what I guess we had deemed as the usual time for them, which was on Friday. hopefully we're able to do that tomorrow. But other than that, I'll probably try to do another stream on Friday, probably, since we're not going to be able to use it for that same purpose, and probably try to do a little bit more Majora's Mask Randomizer at some point on that day. And then next week I can try to do some more Theresa. If I can, get past the point of that game finally. That's beyond the point where I played by myself in the past, because I do want to finally see the end of that game, see what that's about. Have all my questions answered, surely with no ambiguity whatsoever as far as the story of that game. And maybe also check out Miserna Falls, which is a pretty new game that I do look forward to going through again on the stream. But for now, what I think I'm going to be doing, as always, if you would be willing to stick around for just a little bit longer. There is someone around that I think I'm going to be trying to follow a quick raid at, or raid to. That someone being Emily Moon VG, whom some of you may have already known, as I believe I have raided her at least once in the past. But yes, she is live right now playing Bloodborne. We're still doing her first playthrough of Bloodborne and going through apparently a little bit point in the game that's a little bit farther than I thought I would see. See a little bit that I missed before, but no, not surprising overall. But yeah, very chill person, very fun to talk to. Pretty nice time over there, so hopefully you can join me for a bit in saying hi. But yeah, all that having been said, I think I will now just say what I always try to say when I remember to say things, which is to say, aside from all that redundancy, you'll take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat, and I will see you later. And yeah, good night everybody.